Hey guys, it's Greg, and thanks for joining us for another tutorial. Today, I'm super excited to show you how to create this online store website that you can see on your screen and mine, because I think it could be our best online store yet. And I call it Fun Beach Store. We learned a lot making a delicious coffee shop in 2015 and a comfy animal store in 2016. There's me way back then. But this year we're going to step it up even further, bringing in a special guest who's a successful online store owner himself to help us get real sales. So we're here to talk about creating an amazing website like fatherfigure.co, e-commerce website, an online store. I know a lot of you guys out there are interested in setting those kind of websites up. So we're here to help and hopefully inspire the future online store owners out there. So Andrew, take it away. Let's hear about fatherfigure.co.
Yeah, so the name of the company is Father Figure. I came up with it about a year and a half ago, and it's the first lifestyle brand for dads. Okay, so the first product is Burp Rag. So this is a 100% organic, really soft muslin cotton burp rag. You can see it's bandana print.
Awesome.
This is our second product. I'm actually wearing it. So this is a paternity t-shirt. It's called the Luca t-shirt.
We're not doing an infomercial here.
yeah, we'll move it along.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about something that might hold people back from e-commerce, which is just worrying that their products won't sell. Did you ever face that worry that your product just won't sell in the face of Target and Walmart and every other clothing manufacturer?
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, I created a new subgenre, which is clothing and gear specifically for new dads. So it didn't exist. And then I would also sketch out who your customer is, name that person, what do they do, what do they like to do, online, offline, those sorts of things. It'll change when you launch, that sort of thing. And then sell that product, make profit, take that profit, or take that revenue, and turn it into reinvestment in your business.
Definitely.
So keep growing after that.
Definitely. Very smart. Start small. Do one thing really well. What's the day-to-day like to keep the business running and to make sure that sales keep coming in and that you're keeping up with the Amazons and the Jack Threads and stuff like that out there?
What? I've never heard of that company.
I think I said it kind of funny. Is it
the rainforest?
Yeah, is it rainforest.com? This year is all about getting real results for you and your business. This is e-commerce made easier for beginners, and I hope you stick with us. If you like what you see so far and you want to walk away with your own completed website like this, then stay tuned. Welcome everyone, and you should know from the start that you can make any sort of website you want today. This could be a website about fashion or fitness or fine art, but we'll see how to make this exact website from start to finish. And there is real truth behind why I picked the name Fun Beach Store. Firstly, because it's going to be fun picking out a look for your store. So many of us struggle designing a new website, thinking about which icons to use and where to put the lines, and how about the fonts, and how big each image thumbnail should be. But we're going to take the headaches out of the equation and use Flatsome, the #1 e-commerce theme, downloaded over 47,000 times by other store owners like you. That might not seem like a lot, but when you think of 47,000 people running real e-commerce websites, selling things online, that actually becomes a lot of stores. Imagine that many stores in a single mall, for example. Speaking of fun, when you install Flatsome, you get all of these demo sites that we're going to look at right now baked into one theme. So we'll make the classic shop right here, but I'm going to teach you the real web design skills you'll need to learn how to create any of these websites right here. You could make Cute Shop, Parallax Shop, you could make any of these shops like Sale Countdown, Vendor Shop, any of them. And the amount of looks you can try out is virtually limitless. Secondly, our theme is beach because it's summer right now. So we'll learn how to make a beach themed image slider, a beach themed logo that we'll put in your navigation menu at the top, so it won't take up too much important space on your site. We're going to make beach-themed products like the captain and the pineapple. We'll make beach-themed advertisements, a beach-themed blog, testimonials that people could have written while they're at the beach enjoying your products, and so on and so forth. But you can literally change the overall theme of your products for a new season or any promotion your business has with all of Flatsum's easy-to-use designs. And third, our website is going to become a store when we install the WooCommerce software to it. What is WooCommerce? Well, it's kind of a funny name, but it's also the best e-commerce platform for WordPress. WooCommerce is the industry-leading software to convert your normal website into an e-commerce website. It's free to use, and it's got plenty of other amazing stats too, like over 26 million downloads. It's capable of being used in hundreds of different languages, can be easily connected with all of our favorite third-party software like Facebook, MailChimp, and PayPal. And when you get a chance, make sure to check out the WooCommerce Showcase to see some amazing sites on the web powered by WooCommerce. Sites that you and I can make too. With WooCommerce, you can sell anything from t-shirts to downloadable ebooks and songs to jewelry to antiques to fitness equipment. You name it, the list goes on and on. WooCommerce is a WordPress add-on, also known as a WordPress plugin. So of course, we're going to see how to install and run WordPress.org in this website tutorial. The way we'll make your WordPress website is the recommended way, which means that you don't need to know anything about coding or technology to use this tutorial. You can be a complete beginner and leave here with your own finished product of a website. WordPress was used by more than 27.5% of the top 10 million websites as of February of 2017, but that number is now surely greater. This means that learning WordPress is becoming a truly indispensable skill. And I can quickly prove to you that our website isn't just built by a mumble jumble of code. If we click login in the upper right, we can easily get to the back end, as they call it, of our website, which is probably the scariest term we'll hear today. Now we can click to our homepage, and let's say we wanted to make a basic change, like edit our image slider right here where it says bring a friend. We could just hover at the top and click edit with UX Builder. And now literally all we need to do is just click on the text where we want to edit it, and then we can click open text editor. And you'll get this Microsoft Word-esque little screen right here where you can say, write, and virtually do whatever you want. Let's click OK, and our changes will be made right here. On our previewing screen, we just need to click Apply and Update to make those changes live for the world. And believe me, making further edits are just as easy. We can upload images from your computer, change up big images, change up small images, change up circle images, add stars, make little arrows that go off to different places, you name it. There's our change we just made together. And I'm going to revert back to our original slider now because I think that's what we had on the YouTube thumbnail, and those thumbnails are often pretty important for selling people on the site. Speaking of selling, let's walk through a real sale so you can see just how easy it is for your customers. Someone could click Shop Now in your large slider, or maybe they'll click on one of the products on your homepage. After they check it out a little bit and decide they want it, they'll click Add to Cart. And now in the upper right, someone has the option to either view cart or checkout, just like on Amazon. Let's view cart. At this point, someone can confirm that they want one of your items or maybe increase the quantity. And when a customer is ready to buy, they'll click Proceed to Checkout. On the checkout screen, it's time for someone to enter in their billing details on the left, which I've already done. And someone can also enter a coupon code that you'll give them through your promotional efforts. With these perfectly outlined steps on this perfectly organized checkout page on your own online store, it's clear now that someone has to choose how they want to buy the product: direct bank transfer, check payments, cash on delivery, and credit and debit card will be activated by default. And we're going to use PayPal to process your credit and debit card transactions because everyone's heard of PayPal and it's free to put this on your website. So the customer clicks proceed to PayPal. Now your customer can either log into PayPal and pay with a PayPal balance, or they can choose pay with debit or credit card, which is more common. It looks like I forgot to select the free shipping option, so we could always go back and back. And let's make sure to choose free shipping if that's available. I, for one, have forgotten to choose that on Amazon before. And now let's go back to PayPal. Pay with debit or credit card. Now your customer can fill in their debit or credit card information, which I'll just blur out so none of you decide to go on a shopping spree. And then at the bottom, your customer can just click Pay Now. Processing. And voila, we've just paid $2 to our online store. In other words, you made money. We can leave this comforting PayPal screen open if we want and go ahead and check out our email for confirmation on that payment. And at the top, you'll see payment received from me. So that's all really cool and simple. And then we can go to our PayPal and we can see that money that actually arrived. So let's log into PayPal. And we can see we have a new PayPal balance. It's not a ton, it's pretty humble, but it is a balance nonetheless from a real sale. And if we click into the details from that sale, it says payment received. We can click to open them. And now we can read that we earned $1.64 because the Captain shirt was bought for $44.50 and we used a coupon of $42.50. So hopefully your customers wouldn't have that aggressive of coupons. But in any case, the purchase total was $2. We got a nice transaction ID. And if you're wondering why we didn't get that entire $2, it's because even though PayPal buttons are free to put on your website, which makes them a big advantage, PayPal takes a small fee from the sale. As Google explains to us, there's no fee to use PayPal to purchase goods or services. However, if you receive money for those goods or services, such as from selling an item like we are, the fee for each transaction is 2.9% plus 30 cents US dollars of the amount you receive. In our case, that's 30 cents plus an additional 6 cents. And that 6 cents is just 2.9% of $2. So that's how it works. And hopefully if you're making sales of like $100, then the fee would just be 30 cents plus $2.90 or something, you know. So if you're making a sale for $100, you'd only get $3 and change taken out of that sale. And you can actually build up a lot of income from your sales. That fee is standard across most types of online stores. The advantage in our case, though, is that WooCommerce doesn't charge us any money to run the online store. However, other softwares do charge money to run an online store. So in my opinion, it is reasonable and it is a good deal, especially if you're doing higher volumes of sales for higher dollar amounts. Then you can obviously make more money. So that's how it works. Honestly, the e-commerce features we'll make, like these pop-out images, the sale buttons, the sizes, and so on and so forth, run really easily. And it's not very hard building the site, as you'll see. What's tough and lacking in other videos you'll see online today is the real how behind selling online. How do we convince customers to actually click buy? No one's telling us that. Which is why I brought in our special guest, because he's already made sales online to real people many times. So who is he? Well, I've invited a good friend of mine named Andrew Bentley. Let's see if we can find his about page. There we go. That's him right there. Andrew runs fatherfigure.co. This site we're looking at right here, which is a fatherhood clothing and gear store, along with a daddy blog all in one. And Andrew's come to both inspire us and offer bite-sized lessons on running a real online store he created from scratch. Andrew quit his job at Google to work from home, completed a huge Kickstart campaign, and runs a growing blog of his own, so he's pretty legit. Use my interview segments with him as inspiration or just as breaks, whatever you like. They're not an advertisement. Andrew didn't pay me. I just wanted real advice for you guys, so you'll leave with a complete understanding of how to build an online store from the ground up. As long as we're doing disclosures, Andrew does use a software called Shopify to power his site. Shopify powers a lot of beautiful online stores, which you can check out from their site, but their prices are pretty high. With WordPress, it's a lot cheaper to make and run a website, like if you're on a startup budget, for example, and you can make any kind of a website, not just an online store. For example, if you visit WordPress.org and click on their showcase, you'll see an example of all sorts of websites you could make, regardless of whether or not you want to go the online store route or just go with a normal sort of business website. So check that out too. Because WordPress is so much cheaper in the long run, it's my goal to show you how to use WordPress. But you can always move to Shopify later if you want. And be confident that I've already tried it and still prefer WordPress. We're still WordPress people, even though other names are always popping up. Use the video notes down below on YouTube to navigate to Andrew's advice and to each part of the tutorial as well. Anyways, guys, if you want to create a real website that gets real sales online, then I want to help you. And if you're not too focused on the sales at this point, but you still need a company website, then you can just use this website or one of Flatsum's many different types of websites as a pretty storefront until you decide to launch. It's a long tutorial at nearly 5 hours, but this will literally teach you everything you could want to know about WordPress online stores. And there are some benchmarks you might like in the video, such as that after 30 minutes, you'll have your own WordPress site up and running. And after 1 hour, you'll be comfortable with Flatsum. You'll have Flatsum installed and ready to go. And you'll also have WooCommerce installed and ready to go. So you don't need to stay the whole time, even though I'll be a little bit sad if you leave early. But side note, we do love taking breaks, so I support that. Alright, so as you can see, there's a lot of fun to be had here. Why don't we stop talking and start building? I'm ready, and if you're ready too, go ahead and grab yourself a beverage or whatever it is you like to drink. Take a seat and get ready to learn how to create a real online store website in WordPress. Alright, let's do it. And feel free to use those comments as much as you want below to tell me how it's going, to vent your frustration, or just to say hello. No need to be shy, and it definitely pays to speak up on here. Alright, so let's begin. Open up the link to our blog post guide in the notes below your YouTube video, and everyone will get to this page right here on my blog, dearblogger.org. So welcome. What we have here is some reading for your enjoyment, stuff about Andrew from fatherfigure.co and his story. So we're going to hear from Andrew in a little bit, but it's awesome, and you should definitely read into this, and of course check out the clips that appear throughout the video. You can also read more here about why we're making this online store and what it will include. However, we'll see all that as we make it. So if you're anything like me, you're probably excited to get building and create our fun beach store and create a website that will take your business and your products, totally revolutionize the way the world interacts with them, because we'll be selling them online. So if you're anything like me, you probably want to get started. Let's do it. You'll have this reading here at any time to come back and get through. And it won't be private either, because once I release it to you and the whole web, then everyone can enjoy it. So let's come down and let's look at the introduction. All right, let's learn the steps and costs. What does it cost to create an online store website? Well, you can make your new WordPress online store in 6 steps. And these 6 steps are the bread and butter, the meat and potatoes of our tutorial. We're going to cover all 6 steps, and when we're done, you'll have made your own online store. All right. It's just important to note that if you contacted a local developer in your town, they could charge you upwards of $2,500. I have heard that number before, and if you don't believe me, go out and get a quote. I guarantee you'll be surprised. But it's really awesome that we can do all this for a lot less and also learn how websites work in the process. All right. So what are the steps? The first step we need to do is the domain name. All right, so that's just like yourbusinessname.com or yourname.com. Facebook's domain name is facebook.com. My domain name on this blog is just dearblogger.org. And I actually got the .org because I couldn't get the .com. Someone else had taken it, but it turned out well for me. The .org gave it a community feel, and this has been a really successful blog and place to write for me and for our audience, so it can work out. All right, let me know if you have questions. Choosing a domain name, it should be a lot of fun. Again, it's just the .com, .org, .net, whatever it is you choose. There's no negative impact in how well you rank in Google if you choose one or the other, but most people think of the .com. It's the most recognizable. So when they hear your business, they're probably going to want to visit yourbusiness.com. All right, so the domain name costs $15 a year. And an analogy I like is that it's like the address of your website, just like our homes, our apartments have addresses. Once you have your domain name, you're going to get some hosting. And the hosting is just some space on the internet to host all of your content, all of your blog posts and videos and images and logo, icons, and the products we're going to put up need to be hosted somewhere. So we're going to get that. And if you don't have hosting, people visit your domain name and they just see blank white space. All right, so it doesn't work. The hosting costs $10 a month. All right, a good analogy for your hosting is that it's like a plot of land where we're going to build an amazing, huge, beautiful home for your new blog or website. So the domain name is your address, the hosting is the plot of land, and as such, it's really important that that plot of land is in a good neighborhood, that it comes with fertile soil where we can do a lot of good building and love the end result. So that's our analogy, and because of that, we're going to take a lot of care in registering your domain name and your hosting. The hosting costs $10 a month, like I said, and between the domain name and the hosting, these are the most expensive parts of owning a website. But the good news is I have a discount coupon that's going to get those prices down for us. Next, once we have our domain name and hosting, we can install WordPress. Despite what you might have heard, WordPress is free. It's the WordPress.org software, and it's the exact same thing that other online stores use that are powered by WordPress, and the same thing that huge celebrities and Fortune 500 brands like Time, Jay-Z, Katy Perry, Forbes, Snoop Dogg, New York Times, Walt Disney, all these brands use. So I think we're going to love it. Not that hard to figure out either. Once we have WordPress, we're going to install the theme. So the theme is just like a total makeover for your website. It's the entire look. And I've picked out a theme called Flotsam, which just so happens to be the #1 most popular e-commerce theme at the moment. All right. And that's going to cost us $59 to use Flotsam. So depending on how you want to look at it, I think it's a really good price. You're going to pay $59 to get a website look that's professional. It's like a miniature Amazon, eBay, Apple, Zappos, J.Crew, Jack Threads, whatever, wherever you shop. It's like a miniature version of that. That said, this is an optional cost because there are other good free themes that you can sell from using WordPress and using the software that we're going to have today. So if you'd rather go with the free theme, you absolutely can. You could in fact just do steps 1, 2, and 3 and get set up and then try out a free theme. I could recommend you one, and then you can come back and finish the rest of the tutorial using Flotsam, which is a premium theme. Later on, if you want, we'll always be here helping people learn WordPress and blog better, make better websites. That's what we do. All right, once we have the theme installed, we're going to install WooCommerce. WooCommerce is the #1 e-commerce platform that everyone who runs an online store uses, and it's free to install. So that part blows me away. I'm very thankful that that's free. You can always check out WooCommerce on their site and see what they're all about. But this is like one of the biggest, most successful WordPress plugins to date. All right, so over 25 million downloads. It powers 28% of all online stores on the web. And we can see that it's good for both store owners like you and developers like me. All right, so maybe you'll become a developer someday too, because it's a lot of fun. But whether you want to sell or build websites, WooCommerce is your software of choice. And it's supported by real people in 18 countries. Wow, didn't know that. All right, so let's go back and let's see that once we install WooCommerce, which is free, and by the way, WooCommerce works with the free themes as well, just proving that the Flotsam and the premium theme is optional. Once we have WooCommerce, we're going to create your online store. It's time for the fun stuff. We're going to learn how to set up a complete website. So all those 6 steps will of course be covered in the video, and believe me, they'll come together. Things will fall into place as you watch the tutorial. You'll learn way more than you ever thought possible, because I know I did as an online store owner and as a developer, and now I just use it like it's riding a bike or something like that. This is all extremely easy once you get the hang of it. In terms of the price, we have a discount coupon you can use called Big Bonus. That's the coupon. That will work on your domain name and your hosting, and that'll make it under $20 to set up your website, which I think is amazing. So just watch the video, follow each step, and all this will be yours. With all that said, we're going to scroll down to our first section, and now it's time to start building. So what do we need? Well, now we know the steps and the costs, and all we need to get started is a computer, a high-speed internet connection, or a decent speed internet connection. My internet can be pretty crappy, and your credit card handy to pay the basic costs of a domain name and hosting. So if you're ready, I'm of course ready. I've been sitting here for hours. Let's get started. Let's get the setup and the minimal tech work done, and then we can install WordPress and start creating your online store and making your project come to life. All right, so to register your domain and hosting, the first step is to visit HostGator.com. And the good news is we can get both of these 2 things at HostGator. All right, so in the olden days, you had to like hunt them down and connect a bunch of wires in your living room. But nowadays, we can just visit HostGator.com and get them both. All right, so let's do it. You can just click on this link I gave you right here, just so we don't have to type it in. All right, and once we get to HostGator.com, we're gonna wanna choose web hosting. So there's a lot of awesome offers here. I obviously use HostGator, so I run a couple of these too, and they're good when you become more techie and more of a web designer. But for now, I wanna get you the cheapest, most basic option that I started with. So we're gonna click web hosting in the top, simple web hosting. And once you click that, under the Hatchling plan, we're gonna click sign up now. All right, so here's Hatchling. This is the most traveled route that beginners go with, and it's what I started with. The business plan is just too expensive. We don't want to do that. But what you might want to consider also, aside from the Hatchling, is the baby plan. Only difference here is that the baby plan lets you host unlimited website domains, and the Hatchling plan lets you host a single domain. So if right from the start you know you want to make your online store, your friend's online store, if you want to make like 10 different online stores or websites and create an empire, then the baby plan could be good for you. But because I know most of you just want to try out one website, we're going to get the Hatchling. Like I said, it's what I started with, and you can upgrade things at any time. All right, so let's click sign up now. And by the way, if you click compare all plans, you get a really comprehensive breakdown of the different services available at HostGator, the Google of web hosting. That's just what I call them. All right, so that's pretty cool. Make sure to check that out. So we're gonna click sign up now. Once you click sign up now, we'll be in the HostGator order form. You're in the right place. Great job so far. And in the first step, it's time to choose a domain. So what I've done is I've actually laid out each of these 6 steps here for you right here, where it says you are now in the HostGator order form. Good job. That means that all you need to do, guys, is just walk through from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the techie stuff will be almost done. And these written steps will also help you if you want to pause the video and go through them on your own, or maybe even skip forward in the video once you're done, because I know that I can talk a lot and sometimes you'd rather just do it on your own. All right. In any case, let's move forward and let's do step 1, enter a domain name or choose a domain. And in our case, we could register a new domain, but I want to check I already own this domain because I already bought a domain name to use in this tutorial. It's just makeawordpresswebsite.com. All right, and when you click away, it's gonna see if your domain name can be registered. And so in this case, it says, good work, added, primary. This tab right here is what we check, by the way, if we bought a domain name from a different registrar, like at GoDaddy, for example. So this is the route you'd go, and that's actually what I did. I like getting my domain names right away sometimes, so it's a really good process. But if you did the register a new domain, it'll actually search if that domain name's available for you. And in this case, it's not, because I already own it. So either way, HostGator is an excellent domain name registrar if you need a domain name, and we're going to get a discount on it when we check out. But if you already bought one, that's fine. Then you won't have to pay anything for the domain name. So once we've accomplished step 1, let's scroll down. And by the way, if you do the register a new domain name, make sure to uncheck the domain privacy protection. So I'll show you that. Just this little box right here. You're going to want to make sure to uncheck that because we don't think that's necessary. It's an extra cost. All right, so let's scroll down to step 2, and now we're going to choose a hosting plan. This part's extremely easy. Just make sure your package type says hatchling or maybe baby if you wanted that instead. For billing cycle, you can choose whatever you want. It's up to you. My first order at HostGator was for 12 months because I didn't want to have to think about hosting, and I wanted to give my new website a chance at success. And I thought I needed 12 months, and I did. But you could also choose 1 month, 3 months. It's totally up to you. So today we're actually just going to choose 1 month so we can keep our costs down. And then we're going to choose a username, not very important at all, and a security pin. All right, and now we're going to scroll down. It's time to enter our billing info. So just pop that in just like you would any other purchase, like at Amazon, Apple, Airbnb, TripAdvisor, wherever you shop. And come on down once you've done that. In step 4, it's time to uncheck additional services. Just like the upgrading of your hosting plan, you can upgrade these services at any time. But we're on a budget, people, so I don't think we need those right now. And now is a really important step. In step 5, you can enter a coupon code. So we can see that the coupon code that HostGator gives us, free upgrade 3, doesn't work on 1 month. It actually only works if we go up to choose a hosting plan and select a larger billing cycle. And then we get some nice percentages off. But I have a coupon for you that will work on any billing cycle. So it's pretty cool. Just delete what's in here and write in big bonus like that. And it doesn't even matter if the capitalizing isn't there, I don't think. And then click validate. And what that'll do is get you exactly 50% off your hosting, which is an awesome deal. Just to save 50% on anything is a good deal. So there you go. And like I said, that'll work on whatever period you register for. So guys, keep in mind that when you register hosting, if you get a longer period, like 36 months, then in the long run, you'll pay less money. The coupon only works for your first billing period, your billing cycle rather, which you get to choose. So if you want to pay the least per month, 36 is the best possible deal. And it's looking really good. But again, up to you. 50% off is great. That little site lock monitoring just jumps back in, so make sure to uncheck that. All right, so we can see our total at the bottom looks good. And I've also written out for you some really common totals that you'll see so that you know the numbers add up. I had to call HostGator like 4 times when I made my first order and totally bugged them because I wanted to make sure I wasn't paying a cent more than I had to. So I want to make sure the same goes for you. Here's some possible price scenarios. And now that we're ready, I'm going to proceed and check this box for the terms of service and so on. And now it's time to click checkout now together. So if you're ready, I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's order some hosting and a domain name if you need it. Congratulations and welcome to the HostGator family. When you see this screen, it's now time to check our inboxes. So I know you had that moment where you knew you had a clever domain name, and obviously father figure, there's some hidden meaning in it. Just briefly walk me through how you found that.
I love the process of thinking about what the name of the business would be in a domain name, because it's creative and it's fun as an entrepreneur. It's really exciting. But it took a really long time.
Sounds fun.
I think it took like a full year. I kept changing the name. Came up with Father Figure. I wanted a name that expressed, I think, the dynamic parts of the business, which are that it's a celebration of dads, and it's focused on dads, right? And Father Figure, everyone knows, is dads aspire to be that for their kids, something their kids that look up to and respect, and they can guide their kids. But also there's,
feel that way about my dad. Yeah, his dad.
What's up? But also there's the part of Figure that's sort of a play on design and fashion as well.
Yeah.
So I went with .co, which is a little interesting. You couldn't get .com. But it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. Sounds like you want the .com.
No, I'm happy with the .co. I think it's trendy.
Yeah, I think it is too.
Yeah, I feel good about it.
I want to test you there. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely cool. It's brief and it's like half of cool. It's like co. It's co.
That's right. That's right.
It's not.
Like, ask me what website my company is.
What website is your company?
Yeah, we're fatherfigure.co. That doesn't work.
So here we are back in our blog post guide, which we've kind of neglected for a little bit. I think it's feeling lonely. And we closed that HostGator window that said, welcome to the HostGator family. So it's okay though. Everyone does that. We all close it. And I'm going to show you now how to proceed and log into HostGator, where we're going to do the next most important step, which is install WordPress. All right. But for now, just congratulations. You set up your domain name and hosting. HostGator's taking care of that for you. All right. So like the techie stuff is 50% done. Great job. Let's now scroll down in our guide and let's come to where it says install WordPress. And now let's hop over to your email inbox. So here I am in my email, and you're going to want to look out for two very important emails. These are those type of automatic emails that you want to save forever. All right. Don't delete them. And the first one we're going to want to open is from billing, good old billing. So open up billing's email, and it's going to say, thank you for your order with HostGator, or something along those lines. And what we want to do now is click on the HostGator billing portal link. So this will take you to the HostGator customer portal for the first time. It's really fun. I spend a lot of time here just managing my hosting and learning more about websites, becoming a better web designer, all that. But for now, we just want to log in with the email address and password from the email from billing. So go ahead and do that. And I have since changed that information since joining HostGator long ago. So click login. And like I said, this is where we're going to install your copy of WordPress. All right, so welcome to the HostGator customer portal. You can virtually do anything you can imagine here when it comes to websites or hosting. But for now, we just want to click on the hosting tab at the top. Like I said, HostGator has really become the Google of web hosting over the past decade or so. You can sync it with Google Suite. You can use their website builder. You can get email addresses all for free, and they now even work with Constant Contact, so you can try email marketing. Let me know any questions about the services, because I'm very up to date with everything going on at HostGator. And for now, we just want to follow our guide though and install WordPress. So we've checked your email inbox and we've found the email. We've clicked the billing portal link, which I've also left for you right here. And now we're going to log in. All right, so we already did that. Clicked hosting. And then step 6, click get started with WordPress today. So back in billing, click on this get started with WordPress today section. All right, great job. Great job. And next we're going to select our domain. So that part's really easy. It's just selecting your domain name from this list. If you're like me, then you're going to have a little bit of a tough time finding the right domain name, because I've built so many different sites for different people and projects. Okay, luckily found it. All right, and now we're just going to leave the directory box blank. Don't write anything here, and click next. And now we're going to choose some basic information. All right, so we're on step 8. Most importantly, your admin user. So this is your username to log into WordPress every time you log in to work on your site. And it's your author name. When you publish a post, it'll say by this name. So here we are getting ready to install WordPress. We're going to create a title. All right, and our title is just Fun Beach Store. Admin user, you're going to want to put some time into it and not pick like tennis, 774 or something, or like cutie girl pie, because, unless that's really you, unless that's your professional name. All right, so I'm just going to go with Greg. And then we're going to do first name, last name. I find that simple is best here. And then put in an admin email. So make sure you get this email right, because that's where it's going to send you your WordPress login if you lose this screen. All right, with all of our basic information done, we're just going to click this box to say that we've accepted the terms of service agreement. And now for the hardest part of the tutorial. This is like where our tech skills really come into play. I hope you know HTML and CSS and JavaScript and maybe even PHP, because we don't need any of that. Actually, this isn't techy at all. It's the most modern way of installing WordPress, and we're just going to click install now to do it. All right, so let's do it together and install WordPress on your domain and hosting. All right, boom. So good job, WordPress is installing. We'll give it a couple more seconds. And it says installation complete. So great job, don't touch anything. Come back to our blog post guide, and it's gonna say WordPress will do its thing. No coding needed, blah, blah, blah. All right, so next, leave this screen open. I'm following my own steps here. If you close it, then the sky will fall. And wait for about an hour until your WordPress site will start working. All right, so that means that WordPress will take some time to settle into place. HostGator is setting everything up for you. And what you don't want to do is click on this link right here, because that'll get rid of this screen. All right, so what we do want to do actually is follow the next steps. All right, and where it says while you're waiting, we're going to complete these steps. It's time to check on your name servers. What is a name server? Well, a name server, let me tell you, is used to connect your domain name and hosting. You get 2 of them, and they're located in your other HostGator email from no reply. Okay, so we'll go back to our email. This is just something to learn, and this is a necessary step while we're waiting for WordPress to get installed. Let's go back and let's open the no reply email you should get. If you don't, contact HostGator live chat. They'll be more than happy to help you. All right, open that up, and now we're going to see our 2 name servers. So what we're going to do is right click, copy them, and then open up a blank text file and just paste them in. And we're going to take them and put them in the right place now. Then in your HostGator customer portal, click domains, click on the gear, and make sure your name servers match those in your no reply email. So I have a picture of that here for you, outlining the steps we need to do if you got your domain name at HostGator. And that is to come back to the customer portal and click domains, and then find the domain that you registered, click on the gear. And now where it says name servers, you want to make sure that these 2 match the name servers from the no reply email. Pretty easy. You just need to click change and then enter in name server 1 and name server 2, exactly as they appear in your no reply email. All right, or you can just copy them in. And it's nice that we have them in our text file, because you could just go ahead and copy the whole thing. Make sure to get the letters too, and paste them over, and then do the same thing for your second name server. And then save name servers, and you'll be good to go. And this step again is outlined right here on this little pop-out image, and I'll probably put in a few more of those for you guys just to help out along the way. Domains, gear, name servers, save. If, however, you registered your domain name somewhere else, like GoDaddy, for example, you're going to need to log in and enter your no reply email name servers over there. All right, so what that would look like is you'd go to GoDaddy, you click sign in, or you click on your name, and then once you're logged in, you want to come over to manage my domains. Okay, once you're here, just find the domain that you're working with, click the blue link to open it, scroll down and click on manage DNS, and then scroll down, and where it says name servers, you're going to want to change these. All right, so you just click change, select custom, and then enter in your name servers from HostGator. And what that'll do is that'll connect your domain name with your hosting. All right, as we said before. All right, so once you're done with your name server step, great job. You've learned so much about WordPress, domains, hosting, and now even name servers. All right, so you can take a break, you're free to go. But before you do that, why don't we change our password right here in the marketplace window that's still open, hopefully, or the sky's gonna fall. We're just gonna click on My Installs in the upper right to change our password. And now we're gonna come down and find your new domain name and click Reset Password. Then just choose yourself and write in a new password. All right, and click Update. Click it again to make sure it worked, and we're in good shape. All right, so now we can leave this window open. I'm gonna go outside and go for a hike and grab some lunch, and then I recommend you do the same, by the way. Then we're gonna come back and have a ton of fun creating our WordPress website. All right, see you soon. I think as new website owners and bloggers, sometimes we're not sure what to say. Do we say we run a business, run a website, manage a blog? What is the, like, you know, do you say you run a fashion company? What's your version of what you do when you're talking to people?
It really depends on who the audience is. If I'm talking with other designers, then I talk about, you know, starting a fashion brand, just because that's the thing that relates the most to their experience, and that's the conversation that I'm looking to have. In general, if I just meet randomly somebody in a bar, I don't go to a lot of bars anymore since I'm a dad. But if hypothetically I'm at a bar, I say I run a lifestyle brand for dads, and it's
seen you in a couple.
Yeah, it's a unique way to start. So people are usually curious about what that means, and I talk about you know, all the three things I mentioned already that we do: clothing, gear, and community. And also that we have an online store, colorfigure.co. So that's usually how I describe it.
All right, welcome back everyone from your breaks. I had a lot of fun outside. I hope you did too. The sun is shining and the birds are chirping, and it's time to proceed and log into WordPress for our first time. We can also see that our second section, the web design, is complete and ready now by the power of editing. So this tutorial grows with you guys, but in either case, you're now a web developer, or at least a WordPress web developer, if you completed the first section, the web development, and you set up your domain hosting and WordPress. Once you learn a little code, you can call yourself a full web dev, but we don't need any of that for now. Let's begin again, and let's log into WordPress, where we're then gonna create our website, we're gonna install our new theme, and we're also gonna look at some free themes if you want. And then we're gonna create the backbone for our site so we can put all sorts of content in. In any case, if you kept the link right here to the cPanel Marketplace, you're in good shape. What we can do is just scroll down to our website. You'll probably just have one. And we're gonna click on the link that says admin login right here, this blue link. All right, and as our directions says, it says to log into your new website, use the link from cPanel Marketplace, which is what we just did. And this is the standard WordPress login screen that everyone sees that uses WordPress, like Time, Jay-Z, Forbes, Katy Perry, Beyonce. Everyone sees this same screen, although you can customize it and like put your face there or your logo if you want. And so if you did leave this page right here, if you deleted it, we could just X out to simulate that. Then you can always just visit yoursite.com/wp-admin. So we could get to this page by visiting makeitwordpresswebsite.com/ wp-admin, and you just replace this part with your domain name. Then put in the /wp-admin and hit enter. So that's how I log into my WordPress sites and blogs every time, because we don't have that cPanel page most of the time. And if you didn't change your password with us before, or you don't have it for whatever reason, that's fine. You can just visit this screen right here we were just at and click lost your password, and then write in your email and click get new password, and WordPress will email you the steps to set it up. Really easy. For now, let's bookmark our login screen. Just bookmark it so that we can get to it easy in the future. And now let's go ahead and log in. All right, so drum roll and welcome to WordPress. What we're gonna do now is use the guide, but I'm also just gonna show you some little steps to kind of clean up WordPress and make sure that we're all on the same page, literally. So we're gonna get rid of just some basic notifications. We're gonna click I don't need help because you have me. And then we're gonna get rid of the WordPress experts at your fingertips thing. We're not gonna fall for that and pay $49 a month. We don't want that guy. And then we're gonna get rid of the notification, although Saeed Balki's a really great guy. He works at WP Beginner. Tell him I sent you if you go over there. We're just gonna close that notification and keep it simple. All right, but we can keep the welcome to WordPress because that's kind of cool. And don't pay attention to the Google Analytics settings right now either. We can do that later on. So what we're looking at now is your dashboard. This is where you make edits to your WordPress site, and it's also called your back end. Your dashboard is your back end. So if we want to get to the front end of your site, in other words, how people will see it when you tell them to visit it and check out your work, we can just click in the upper left corner where you see this home icon, and then it's the name of your site also. So you can click here where my little Super Mario hand is, or you can click visit site, and it's the same thing. All right, so our site looks pretty cool. We have the miniature cactus right here. I actually have a couple of those right now. And make sure not to water them too much though. And then our site displays the beautiful WordPress 2017 theme created by the WordPress team. So it's one of the finest. It's got the parallax image, which we're gonna learn how to create on our own. And if you wanna go off and create a website with this 2017 theme, by all means, go ahead. I know a lot of people have been successful doing that. All right, so you have a pretty good start here. And a professional web developer, by the way, would probably charge you just $200 to $500 to create this site for you with a basic WordPress install and the default theme. So we're already doing great and saving a lot of money. All right, but so even though our site looks great, a lot of different people run this theme, and I want your site to be unique and customized and not just great, but really great. So we're gonna change everything up, of course, and let's start doing that right now. To get back to your dashboard, just click on that same button in the upper left, or you can click dashboard, same thing. All right, here we go. And we can also close our inbox and close the HostGator page. Just a quick tour of your site. If you wanted to write a blog post right away, you'd click posts and go to posts. This is where people write blog posts and start blogging. If you wanted to make a page like a contact page, you click pages. These are the similar structure as posts. They just go in different places on your site. So that's pretty cool. And if you wanted to make basic changes, like change Fun Beach Store, that name, you click settings. And then you can change the name Fun Beach Store right here, like Fun Beach Store 2017. And that will change. And then when you save it at the bottom, it'll change on the front end of your site too. We can also change the tagline here and just call this one like just another online store WordPress website to be complete. And click save. All right, so by doing that, you can make your first basic changes to your website. If you want to add the www to your domain name, you can add that in WordPress address. Just make sure to also add it in site address and make sure these two lines are identical. All right, otherwise things will break. But we like keeping it simple. We're going to go without the www, and it will automatically redirect to this shorter URL as it is now. All right, great job. If you want to change your password from within here, you can do that too. Click users. And now just click on yourself. So there's me. And in this section, you can change your password by scrolling down and clicking where it says new password. Just click generate password. It'll give you something really crazy. And if you want the strong one, go for it. Or if you want to write your own password in, then go for it too. And click update profile. But for now, I like our password of new password 1. You can also change the layout if you prefer a different color scheme. So it's pretty cool. And some other settings, which we just don't have time for right now, but have fun playing around in your new copy of WordPress.org. So given that our site looks like this right now, and there's that change we just made, by the way, added online store, good work. Given that our site looks like this and it's pretty basic, why don't we go ahead and change everything right away? Because people will start visiting us and we want them to see something amazing. So come back to your dashboard, click in the upper left, and we're going to use our guide now. We're going to install our theme. So we just logged in and now we're going to install theme. All right. So to get started with your themes, hover on appearance and click themes. And now you can see the active theme. You can click it to open it, read about it. You can also activate one of the other default themes your WordPress came with, like 2015. You just click activate at the bottom. Pretty simple. If you click on the huge plus on the right, we can add new themes, and right away WordPress recommends us with featured themes. So I've used responsive. I haven't used very many of these other themes, but someone obviously built them with you in mind, and you could definitely try them out. We can click popular. So popular is a better place to start. I've definitely worked with many of these themes. We had a huge tutorial on Sydney, for example, a few months ago, and so on and so forth. The problem is that as you start looking at more and more themes, some of them are not as good and they're harder to work with. So that's why I'm recommending you with a theme that I know that we can make a great website with, and have it stand out right away from the pack. Then let's follow the guide and let's get Flotsam. So come back to our guide, and what we're gonna do is buy Flotsam and then download it to your desktop so that you own it and you have it. You can do what you want with it, and then we're gonna upload it to WordPress so that your site can wear that theme and use that look. All right, so to get going, you can click on Flotsam here, or if you'd like, you can click on our Flotsam affiliate link here, which is the same page. This link will just give us a little credit for referring you. I set up 2 links for you here so that you can choose to give credit to us or not. Either way, it doesn't matter. And with or without this affiliate link, we'd still use Flotsam. What's important is that you get a great look for your website, all right? Not that we get credit or something like that. Even though I like that, I'm really happy about that. If you give us credit and you use the affiliate link, if you click that, it's Flotsam. Pretty cool. And if you click this non-affiliate link, it's also Flotsam. So there you go. All right, so pretty cool. Let's proceed. So we can just follow our instructions here and have a look at Flotsam in all its glory. All right, it's really cool. I always like clicking live preview. And we're gonna get all these different demo sites. So like if you wanna do the full screen fashion, you can easily set that up with this tutorial. You can put the images in this layout, and we're gonna install the demo sites. So you basically get this template, which is just totally amazing, or any of the other ones. All right, and then there's a lot of information like this has been sold a ton, blah, 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 compatible with everything, checks off on all the boxes. Really exciting stuff. We can also see how good Flotsam is by hovering on WordPress and clicking e-commerce. And then once you're in this section, just sort by bestsellers. And Flotsam is numero uno with like way more sales than the next guy in the pack. All right, so we know we're using a proven winner. All right, very good, guys. So once you're here, you want to be on the buy license section, and you want to just buy one regular license. All right, so it's pretty simple. The way the regular license works is you can buy the theme and use it on your site. That's cool. If you want to build a website with Flotsam for someone and sell them the website, you know, if you become a web developer, then you just want to buy another regular license for every website that is powered by Flotsam. All right, so that's pretty simple. In terms of what you do with just playing around, just one license is fine. But if you end up selling the website to someone, then you transfer the license to them. And if you want to use it again, you should buy another license. So let's click Add to Cart for regular license. And let's click the green Go to Checkout button. All right, very good. And I can see I have some Envato credit here. So I'm not going to use that. I'm actually just going to click on the credit card option, and then I'm going to enter in my credit card and the expiration date and the CVV code. And then I'm going to click Make Payment. All right. So that's the exact steps you would follow. And after you click Make Payment, you're going to get a downloads page with Flotsam ready for you to use. So here I am on my user profile right now. I already downloaded Flotsam before, and now that you've downloaded it, you can hover on your name in the upper right and click Downloads, and you're going to see Flotsam right here. And what we want to do is click on the green button, and then we're going to click Installable WordPress file only, so you know you're installing the right thing to your WordPress. So click that and then click Save. And we saw it just come into my computer. All right, and we're also going to click on License Certificate and Purchase Code and save that, because that includes your purchase code, which you'll need to enter in on WordPress to validate your theme and get updates. So now that we're back at our Fun Beach store, we can click on the Upload Theme button. So let's click Choose File. And in our downloads here, we can see the theme file. It's going to be a really long name, but you don't need to rename it or anything. You just need to leave it as is and make sure it's the .zip file. Next, you can click Open. And now click Install Now. And these steps are outlined exactly right here. All right, so your theme was installed successfully, and now you just need to click Activate. Great job. It's going to take us right to the setup wizard for Flotsam, which I know can seem like a lot of work, but we want to go through this now so that our theme looks great and we don't have to worry about any real setup details. So let's click Let's Go. And now it's time to enter in our purchase code, which we downloaded earlier. So what I'm going to do is navigate to my downloads, where we can see that .txt file we got from ThemeForest. Double click to open and scroll down to item purchase code. Just highlight this long numerical code, copy it, and come back to your WordPress in the setup wizard and paste it. All right, and if you forgot how to do that, you can click here, but we know how to do it because you have me. So now just click Activate. And this will give you access to theme updates and support, which is really helpful. All right. Your purchase code is valid. Great job. Continue. So that will help us when we want to email the developers at Flotsam with any questions. Now they'll be able to respond to you. Next, click Skip this step because the child theme is for more advanced developers, and we're not going to do that right now. Even though you guys are very skillful already. In default plugins, it says this will install the default plugins included with Flotsam. We can always add or remove plugins later on with no negative consequence. So we want to go ahead and do this. This will save us a lot of work later on. Click Continue. And through the magic of WordPress, it will automatically install and activate some of the best plugins on the web. Okay, so all your plugins installed perfectly, and now it's time for the content. Let's jump back to our guide, and we can see that we're in the right step right now. We have our theme installed, and we visited the setup wizard, appeared automatically, great, going through all the steps, and then eventually we're going to choose the classic layout. But before we get there, we have to finish the other steps in the setup wizard. All right, so let's install the demo content. This is basically doing all the hard stuff for us, guys. It's just setting up a super powerful website with a few clicks. This ensures that the demo site on Flotsam is actually what you get. So all those demos are actually being basically created on your website right now. So you can use them whenever you want. All right, so check everything here and continue. Again, magic of WordPress doing its thing. And next up is logo and design. So that should be interesting. All right, Setup Wizard worked perfectly again. If you have a logo already made for your new website, then feel free to use it now. Just click Upload New Logo, and you can replace this default Flotsam logo. But we're gonna make ours later on. So we're gonna leave that and come down to Select Preset. It's kind of tricky to see this, but you can actually scroll to the right. And this is where you can check any of the demo layouts. You just select them, and then you can continue. And the best option here is to go to the Flotsam demo in your version of ThemeForest, in your ThemeForest account, and then click Live Preview. And then we just want to hover on demos, and you can check out the many different layouts that you get now that you own Flotsam. So you can check out QShop, and maybe you want your site to look like this, or maybe you're going to change it to this layout next season. You can do that now that you own Flotsam. You really get a ton for your money. We can go back, demos, you can check out full screen fashions. You could make a huge fashion website. I don't know any web designer out there that has this many layouts and themes at their fingertips as you guys. So you're like way more powerful than so many other WordPressers right now. Go back, demos, we'll try one more, maybe like Parallax Shop. So you can easily get this layout. Super different, trendy, fun, you know, eye-catching, and obviously very professional. And all you have to do is just choose one of these, and then back in the Setup Wizard, then click Continue. All right. I'm gonna use the Classic Shop though, so I'll be the best suited to help you with this first one, which is the Classic Shop. But choose whichever one your heart desires and make an e-commerce store that rocks. All right. So I can obviously help with all of them, but in this tutorial, we're gonna go with Classic right now. We're just gonna learn the basics, and then later on, it's really easy to choose these other ones. All right, so you're not committed. You can always choose the other ones for no additional cost. So let's click Continue now. And this is what we're doing where the guy says, choose the classic layout. So we just did that. Keeping it classic. All right, now we're just gonna click Agree and Continue here to the policies. Pretty simple. Our website is ready. Congratulations. All right, so we can log into our WordPress dashboard, which we already did, make changes and modify the default content. So that's why you have me. We're gonna do all that. What we're gonna do now is just right click on View Your Website, and I wanna open that link in a new tab so we can see what we made. And voila. So our site already looks really cool. And if like your manager or your boss told you to make an e-commerce website for the business and you set up this, he would be like, you made that? Oh my gosh, great job. You're definitely gonna be in charge of our website. Or she would be like, wow, how did you make all that? And you'd just be like, well, I have my ways. I'm a WordPress web developer. So that's pretty cool. And I wanted us to check out the site, and now the structure is working. We can go ahead and continue with the fun stuff. We can see we have testimonials, we have blog posts, we have the product categories and a footer. Even more importantly, we have our image slider and plenty of pages. And you can also choose from your demo layout now and go ahead and grab the different layouts just to prove to you that they're all here. All right, so it's really like Christmas come early, guys. You now have all the Flotsam themes at your fingertips. Let's go back to the Setup Wizard, and we're gonna just go ahead and set up WooCommerce because that'll get that step out of the way. So click the purple Setup WooCommerce button. So this is just the Setup Wizard for WooCommerce. All right, so let's click Let's Go. Shouldn't take longer than 5 minutes. Probably a lot quicker. All right, and then we're gonna set up all the pages. So this is where WooCommerce will give you the basic needs for running an online store. It's gonna happen like before you even know it, and it's gonna be done and you'll have an online store. It's really cool. So we're gonna get these 4 pages. That way people can buy from you, they can put things in a cart, they can check out, and customers can also have a My Account page, just like Amazon, where you can edit like your profile information and your billing details. All right, click Continue. Essential pages are good to go. Now just tell the computer where you live and what currency you want to use. So WooCommerce is very international friendly. You can always change this later on. We're going to go with New York, dollars, pounds, and inches, but that's up to you. Click continue. All right, yes, I'll be shipping physical goods to customers. Continue. And the way we're going to set it up is free shipping for now. So I think that's just kind of a good feature. I know when I'm shopping, free shipping makes me want to come back and buy more. In the payment section, we're going to check everything so that you have all these options. And you can enable PayPal right now just by putting in the correct PayPal email address for you. So this is the email address where I accept PayPal payments. You can also check payments, which will just notify people that they need to write a check for you. Bank transfer payments, and cash on delivery, which lets people know that when your delivery guy shows up, they better have some moolah on hand. The easiest option is definitely PayPal Standard. Using PayPal Standard lets you accept payments via PayPal using someone's PayPal balance or credit card totally for free. So this is the most traveled route, and again, it lets people pay you via credit card, and you don't have to pay anything for running that service. You just pay the standard percentage that goes to PayPal, all right, which is very low, and that one we haven't figured out how to get around, so no big deal. And I'll let you know if we do figure out how to get around any charges, but it'll just be exactly what we saw in the introduction to the video. And click continue. All right, your store is ready. Great job. All right, so we're just gonna say no thanks to the sending information, and we're gonna click create your first product. All right, excellent work. So we're going to create our first product a little bit later on in the tutorial. We want to get our home page set up first so everything looks good. Feel free to dismiss the notifications right here or read them if you'd like. And let's go back to our guide. We're now done with the install theme step. So we're just going to come on down and head to delete plugins. And we've already viewed your site to see the changes. Nice work. And now it's time to just delete plugins. All right. See what our guide says. It says any great site needs a few plugins, which we already installed. So a lot of this is already done, including the Facebook login. That should already be done. But let's go ahead and see for ourselves. So in plugins, we get a lot of different notifications at the top. All right, and we're going to do these later. So we're going to dismiss, dismiss, dismiss. We don't want to set up Braintree or Stripe right now, although we can easily do that later. And let's go ahead and make sure we all have the same plugins ready. All right, so let's just start at the top and delete what we don't need. First off is Akismet. We want to activate that one, not delete it, because it's the WordPress spam protector. It's the best one available. So we're going to get rid of all those notifications in a second. Don't worry. All right, Akismet's good. We're going to keep Contact Form 7 as well. That'll go on your contact page. Google Analytics for WordPress by Monster Insights came default, and we don't want that one. We're going to deactivate that one. So we're actually going to use our own version of Google Analytics. We'll just set that one up the manual way. All right, and you can click delete. Okay. Next, we'll delete Hello Dolly. Click OK. So all these plugins are free, and you can get them back, at no cost to your site. It won't, break anything. You can just click Add New at the top and search for them again. Real easy. And if you bought a plugin and uploaded it, and then you decide to delete it later, you just have to find where you downloaded it and bring it back. Next, we're going to deactivate Jetpack by WordPress. Jetpack would let us use features from WordPress.com, but we don't want those. Delete. Done. We can do this quicker by just checking the plugins that we want to deactivate. So let's check Mojo Marketplace. Let's check Opt-in Monster. Come down. And just those two additional plugins we're going to delete. We're going to keep all the rest of them. So once you have checked Mojo and Opt-in Monster, come up to Bulk Actions and select Deactivate, and then click Apply. Now we can delete them. or you can do a bulk delete, either way. I kind of like zapping them manually. Alright, so at this point your website should have Akismet, Contact Form 7, Next-Gen Facebook, Next-Gen Google, Regenerate Thumbnails, WooCommerce, WooCommerce PayPal, WooCommerce Stripe, Woo Sidebars, WP Forms Lite, and Yith WooCommerce Wishlist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 11 plugins activated, and we might add a couple more or delete these later if we don't use them. But for now, if your site looks like mine, we can refresh this page too to get rid of the other bars. Then you're good to go. Alright, so here's our list for now. Great job. Make sure that your list looks exactly like mine. Let's go back to our guide. And we're now done deleting plugins. Alright. So we also completed this step already in the setup wizard for Flatsum. We don't need to visit plugins or add the recommended plugins because we already did that. And what do you know? We've already added WooCommerce, so we've completed this step too. Pretty cool. Although it definitely deserves its own section, WooCommerce is phenomenal. So let's come down and let's actually delete pages now. And we're going to get ourselves all the way down to create menus before we take another break. And then after that is the fun stuff. So follow me to pages now. Click pages on the left. So this screen lists all the pages available on your WordPress website, and you're super powerful because you have all the demo content that we got from Flatsum. If we scroll down, we can see that our classic shop screen is the front page. So this little front page tag means that the home page, which is the same thing as the front page of your site, displays classic shop. We can click to see what it is. And this is where we'll actually edit the homepage of our site from this screen right here. But for now, let's go back to pages and let's see how to delete a page. We can click the right arrow, check out more pages, click right again and check out even more pages. So what we're looking at here, or if we visited our site, we'll open it in a new tab. We're visiting all the pages that are listed in this drop-down menu. These are all individual pages. For example, vendor shop. And in pages, these are also pages, obviously. So we want to keep some of these and we want to delete other ones so that our site looks complete and finished and not just like a list of a bunch of demo pages, even though they're a lot of fun. So let's go back to pages and I'll show you how to delete a page. For example, I know that I want to delete the FAQ page. So if you hover on it, you can click trash and that page will be gone. It's in the trash. Great job. You can also change the title of a page really easily. For example, if you want to change the Contact Us page title, click to open it, and you can change the title right here in this upper bar. Contact Us. Perfect. Then click Update. Now when we visit our site, we can see the two changes we just made. If you click on FAQ, that page doesn't exist because we deleted it. And if we click Contact, you can see that became Contact Us right there in the menu, just in the matter of changing the title right there. Alright, so now that you know how to delete pages and modify the titles of pages, let's make sure that our homepage is the right page that we want and establish which page is your homepage. Alright, so I'm pretty sure this is already set for us, but just to double check, follow me to Settings, hover on Settings and click on Reading. And in this section, we can decide what our front page displays, aka what our home page displays. So it's set up perfectly. We have a static page selected, and that static page for our front page is the classic shop. That's what you want. However, if you change this to something like full screen fashion and save changes, then when you click back to the home page, you can click on the logo to get to your home page, then you'd automatically have this full screen fashion layout. Way different, equally amazing. If we change that back to classic shop, save changes, refresh the homepage, you get the classic shop layout. Change it to sports shop, save changes, refresh the homepage, You get the sports shop layout. Easy as pie. Everything looks beautiful. All on your very own online store e-commerce website. All right, so you get the picture. We just want to revert back to Classic Shop because that's the one that I know how to build and that we're going to learn how to build together. And then we're going to do the post page as blog. So that's perfect. That's exactly what we want. And click Save Changes. All right, so just doing that, we've established which page is your home page, and we're breezing right through the guide. All right. Now it's time to make some actual edits to our homepage and learn how to actually change the content on the homepage. So let's click on the logo to get our site refreshed and get our Classic Shop back. And what I'm going to show you how to do is just how to remove some of these different sections on the homepage. We're of course going to be working with the Classic Shop layout, but I think it's okay to learn on Classic Shop because you can definitely revert back to the other demo layouts if you want. If you want to use any of these other ones, they'll be preserved for you. I think it's good to learn the edits on Classic Shop though, because it's really basic. And if you ever mess up, you can always just restore the way this page looks right now. All right, so to get started making your first edits on our Classic Shop, follow me to the top navigation and click Edit Page. All right, and now we'll click UX Builder, this tab right here. So normal WordPress installs don't come with the UX Builder, but because we're using Flotsam, we get the UX Builder, which is an ultra modern visual editor for your site, so that when you make changes, you can just click on some text or an image and remove it or drag it around, and you don't have to look at a screen like this. So a lot of WordPressers don't have the UX Builder, they don't get this luxury, so maybe don't tell them for now. Let's click UX Builder. And let's get started, and it's gonna load up our page in this new ultra modern editor screen. All right, there you have it, my friends. So what we can do now is just scroll down, and when you click on a section, like if I click on this blue slider on the left, it's gonna open up the settings for that slider. So we can easily change the layout. If you want this to be taller, you can see we just made it taller. So on and so forth. You won't need to edit all these settings, but you can definitely have fun playing around with them. And of course, you can always revert back to what they were before. For example, to change the image on this slide, we'd go here, and so on and so forth. If we scroll down, we can just click on some text, like our blog. We can easily just change that and say like our articles. And because it's a visual editor, what that means is the changes you make in the editing area will show up automatically visually. All right, so that's pretty cool. We can go down even more. And let's say we wanted to remove a section like our categories. We don't want to keep this section for our finished product. So we can just click it and we'll get the product category section. And you can actually delete stuff from within here. We could click on individual ones or move things around. See how I'm dragging it? But we might not be sure where that's gonna go. So the best way to delete this section is to click back, this upper left arrow. And then you can find the entire product category section. And then click on the gear and then click delete. It's gonna ask us to confirm and we'll click OK, and then it's gone. But we kept the title, so that's kind of cool. But we want to delete the title. So I'm going to click on the gear now for the title and click delete. And that would also be right here on title. Click on the gear, click delete, click OK. So as I'm sure you're seeing, this list on the left is exactly what's inside our homepage. Each one of these little tabs is shown on our actual site. And if you wanted to rearrange them, you can easily do that. For example, we could move our testimonials up a little bit. So we can see our testimonials are right here in slider. We can drag those up if we wanted and put them right underneath that row. And now they're up at the top right here. All right, super easy. Let's go ahead and try deleting another section to clean up our homepage. And you know what? No, we're actually going to keep all these different sections, these different content blocks, and we're going to use them to our advantage when we actually jump into the next section, which is the fun stuff. All right, so pretty cool. To save the changes you made, just click update. And again, within each of these different content blocks, there are a ton of fun things to play around with. And so that's how your homepage will work. Let me know, of course, if you have any questions so far. But everything can be edited visually right in front of us. Just click on it, you'll get to the right section, and then change up the text. It's that easy. Click apply and update. To see the changes we just made, we can open our site in a new window. And there you have it. All right, let's go back to our guide. We now have visited our new homepage by going to Pages Classic Shop Before, and we've followed the video guidelines to remove unnecessary rows and content. All right, so your website designing and editing skills are increasing. You're becoming more powerful, and you're learning how to use our new website, creating the backbone for your website, and it's all gonna become really beautiful. Great work. The final step before we can take a break is to create some menus. So let's get that done with right now. We wanna work on our menus right now so that your first visitors to the site don't get to click on other links like these demos. We don't want them to know that our site is loaded up with these awesome demos right now. You wanna just be able to release them to the public and to your customers as you wish. All right, so we don't want people to see that we have those. So what we wanna do is edit the content in our menus. This is a menu on our site where it says demo, shop, pages, blog, elements. This is a menu where it says about us, our stores, blogs, so on and so forth. And we wanna just limit the links people can click. All right, so let's go back and let's follow the directions. And I'm gonna actually close this window right here, which is the UX Builder, so we don't get confused and click something over here. All right, so let's go back to our dashboard. Hover on Appearance and click Menus. Great job. Now direct your attention to where it says select a menu to edit. So we can see we've chosen the main menu, but if we click the drop down, we also have the secondary menu, which is the footer menu and the top bar menu. If we choose that and click select, the items in the menu structure right here will change. So these menu items in this menu structure are obviously different than if we selected the main menu. Let's open up our site to see that difference. And we can see that the secondary menu is clearly up top, up here in the top bar, as this dark blue bar is called. And it's also down below in our footer. Those are the same menu. All right, and the menu items right here, right next to our logo, are the main menu. So we want to edit the main menu first. Make sure you're on the main menu. You can rename it right here if you want to call it something different, like whatever you want to write, but main is good enough for me. So what we could do is open up each individual item in the menu structure. To do that, we could click on the arrow, and then to delete it, we could click remove. And we do want to remove the demo menu items, as I said, so that people can't see our different layouts. You just want to release those seasonally or when you're telling people you've redesigned your website. However, you might guess that removing each one of these could become a little bit cumbersome. And it'd be fun also just to keep this demos list in case you want to, take a look later on just on your own. So what we're going to do is leave this menu structure intact and create a new menu. Click this link. Now let's give it a name, and we're going to call this one Main Good Version. And click Create Menu. Alright, so now we can build our main Good Version menu from scratch. On the left where it says Pages, click on View All. And we get the full list of pages. What I want to do is select Blog and select our shop. So let's scroll down and find Shop. Perfect. And go ahead and just add those two to the menu by clicking Add to Menu. And you can see they'll come in there right there. And what I also want to do is get a homepage link so that people can clearly go back to the homepage. That's going to be a custom link. So let's click Custom Links. And for link text, just call it Home. There you go. Next, we want to make this URL area the homepage of your site. So let's delete the http:// and let's go to the homepage of your site and copy the domain name. And then come back to menus and paste that in for URL. And lastly, click Add to Menu. Great job. To reposition a menu tab, just click, hold, and drag, and drop. We can move our blog to the end as well. To rename a menu item, it's super easy. Just click on the drop-down arrow and rename it. Our products looks just about right. We're going to add one more item to our main good version menu, and that's going to be a deals page. So another custom link, deals. Our deals page isn't made yet, so why don't we make it in pages, and then it'll show up in pages. But before we leave this section, make sure to click Save Menu. All right, now let's go back to Pages. Click Add New. And let's just make a blank page, which will serve as our deals page once we have some deals. Type in deals, leave the rest blank, and click Publish. Very good. You've now added our first new page to the website. So we can come back to Appearance menus now. And we have our main good version menu selected. We just need to find deals from the recent pages, add to menu. Drag it up. Perfect. Our menu won't show up on our home page until we add a display location to the menu, which, you guessed it, is main menu. Selecting main menu on this new menu we created is going to overwrite the existing menu on our site, which is the other main menu right here. So let's make main good version our main menu and click Save Menu. Once our site updates, we can refresh the site and watch as our menu changes. There you go. You just created your first custom menu in WordPress, just like a professional web designer would. Let's make another one. Let's go ahead and edit our secondary menu. Click back to Menus, choose the secondary menu and click Select. Now we want to remove blog, so click the drop down and click Remove. And we want to change Contact Us to just Contact. So click on that menu label and delete the us. You can change the menu label and have a different title on the page itself if you want. Meaning you can call the contact page Get in Touch or something, and then when people click it, they'll see a different title because the page itself has a different title, if that makes sense. Close that drop down and Save Menu. Excellent work. Once our site updates, we can now see that our menus are looking perfect. And in the next section, we'll be ready to drop in some beautiful content to make your website come to life. The last thing I'll show you how to change before we take a break is where it says My Account. What if you wanted that to say Your Account, like Amazon? Well, because that doesn't live in the menus area, we actually have to navigate to a different section called Customize. So follow me to Appearance, Customize, and click Customize. And welcome to a whole new world. And this section are all the settings that your theme developer created for you that they, well, just didn't feel like putting on the main dashboard. And as it turns out, Customize is often the main editing area for your website. We can find the My Account link by clicking on it, which will actually just bring us to the My Account page, so that won't actually get us editing this title. But to edit that title, we can find it on the left. My mistake. So we can find it in header, and then we can go to the header main, and then we can go to the account area, click account, and we'll see that in this section we actually can't change the title of My Account. We can, however, decide not to show it, or you can change the icon style on it. So that's a neat feature. You can actually show the image of the customer if they have a profile picture set up for them. Let's go with the person with the circle or oval and save and publish. So great job learning how to create custom menus for your website and learning how to edit the homepage a little bit, and of course learning how to do everything we covered in this section right here, including plugins and the theme. If you want to change this My Account menu, you can certainly do so. Just let me know with the question in the comments. I know that the Flatsum developers have created this menu with specific endpoints that go to the typical places that customers want to go to, like orders, for example. But if you want to change this at all to make it more like Amazon or something, or maybe you have your own custom scheme in mind, then I'm happy to help with that. For now, we're definitely overdue for a break. I think it's going to include a nap and a snack. So let's go ahead and take that right now, and then we'll do the fun stuff. All right, great job, everybody. So now that you know how to make some basic changes to your WordPress site, upload and delete plugins, edit the homepage a little bit, and change the menus, stuff like that, we've gone from beginner to intermediate WordPressers, and I think it's now time to edit the homepage. So we can click our custom link in the menu to go back home, and we're going to proceed, and we're going to create your online store homepage. So on our guide, we just need to come down to the fun stuff, all right? And if you looked at this before and the fun stuff wasn't here in the video, then that's because you're seeing it in the raw, unfinished form. And now our fun stuff is ready. So what does it say? It says we're going to do designing the 7 pages, including a blog, that will compose your website. We'll start with the homepage. It's the first thing people often see, unless you write like a viral blog post and people see that first. And it feels great to complete. So that's very true. Once we complete our homepage, the whole site is just gonna really pop and, wow the visitors, like your family, your friends, everyone who shows up. So I should let you know that I've already made the site that we're gonna make, and that one lives at startawordpresswebsite.com. So what I do always with my videos and my demo site is I make everything we're gonna make, and then all we need to do is just replicate it. So I already know all the steps. So I'm gonna reference this site occasionally when we need things like the icons or the text, or when I'm just not sure, how to set it up, because this site is perfect. And what you can do is reference the site we're making now, which is gonna live at makeawordpresswebsite.com. All right, so when you make your site, this one will be complete. But now that we're just making this site now, I have to reference the previous one, which is right here, just so you know about this site. Pretty cool. If that makes sense. We're gonna make all of this stuff right now. All right, so now you know a little secret about how the tutorials work, and we can get going. It says the first step, where's the first step? It says you can now download all images we'll use to make a gorgeous online store come to life. So let's do that. Click on this link right here. It's going to ask you if you want to save the Make an Online Store 2017 images. Save. It's a lot of fun. And you get all these images right now. So it should be a lot easier to put them on our online store website. All right, and the images are going to be in your downloads. So I'm going to open up my Finder. If you're on a Mac, you'll have Finder. If you're on a PC or a Linux, then you'll have a little bit different setup. All we need to do though at the moment is just find our downloads folder and then drag the .zip file from the images to our desktop. It's just a little bit easier to remember where that folder is then. We'll go to our desktop and we'll bring the zip over to El Capitan over here, right there, climbing the mountain. And I'm also going to double click this, which should create another folder right on top of it, which actually contains the images. That's how it works. All right, so now you can actually delete the .zip. And you can open up the folder, make it bigger. And this folder is filled with all the perfect images to make a gorgeous online store and to make our website just like the demo that I've made for you here today. So I already know that this website has good user experience and it flows and the images work together, and I've spent countless hours researching and designing it. So you can replicate the work here, or you can just take some of the images and do the rest of it on your own. But this way you know that you'll at least get a site that looks good, that you can show the world or your boss or your friends. Kind of random images, but it'll all come together. So let's do it. as we look at a bunch of models' rear ends. Sorry to show you those awkward images first. Alright, so we're now in our homepage section under the fun stuff, and this section contains the slider, it contains the mission boxes, the browse new arrivals section, the featured boxes, and all of that. See, all these headers are a little bit smaller than the homepage header. Alright, so this is where we want to be, and we'll start with slider and move downwards. Our guide says there are 10 sections to our homepage, which we'll design top to bottom. However, it's important to adjust the primary and secondary colors first because we'll use those often. So to do that, let's go to Appearance, Customize Style Colors. Here we are in our dashboard. You can hover on Appearance and click Customize. Now we can click Style and Colors. And by default, Flotsam comes with a primary color, which is this dark blue, and a secondary color, which is orange, for stuff like the stars, and then some other colors like Success and Alert. And we just want to change the top two now and make use of those because they're different and they're bold. But for now, we can change the primary color, copy our primary color from the guide, and just click anywhere on this little color palette, then double click on the hex and paste it over. Great job. And now our blue will get lighter. Perfect. Now let's click secondary color down here on the orange. Come back to the guide. Let's grab our secondary color hex, copy, and paste it. If you click over here on the gray, it could actually change the color. So let's just click Save and Publish right now. All right, and let's X out. Great job. Now we can come down and we're going to start working on the slider. All right. I'm going to show you where those colors came from as we work on the slider. So we'll scroll down and we'll see the slider on our homepage consists of 4 banners. That number can be changed. Actually, you can make it as many banner slides as you want. We'll replace each banner and change the heights and text. Note you can also change the text and colors to the primary, secondary, and white colors, etc. So now that we've set those up, it'll be easy to use those colors. All right, so let's begin. Let's close our dashboard and let's just come to the home page and hover in the top nav and click Edit Page. So that's how we're going to edit the home page or any page. Just click Edit Page at the top. Now click UX Builder to get our super sleek visual editor. So as we saw before, the home page consists of the content on the left, stacked one on top of the other. We have our slider and then our row, and then below the row is a title. And as we go down the page, we can see that each individual section will highlight once we hover on the left. So of course the first section is the slider, and to open this up on the left, you just need to click on the blue area over here. Alright, I like doing that. I'm lazy, and this opens up the perfect section just by saying, hey, that section, click on it. So let's follow the guide, and let's see that the first thing is to change the layout height to 700 pixels. Let's do that, height. And you can just click over here near the 6 and delete and make it a 7. All right, and then let's come down. Now where it says background image, it's just the blue, and this is actually a blue image. So we want to click Change Media. Now click Select Files. And it's time to upload some of our demo images. So we can open the Make an Online Store folder at this point that we downloaded from the guide. And if you want, you can actually just hit Command A and upload every image and then make the entire demo site. And that way you don't have to do any uploading later. But because you might have some of your own images, we're just going to do it one by one in the tutorial. Up to you. So they're all labeled though. You want to click Name to sort them. And that way you can see that we have 3 slider images right here. And if you can't find them, you can also just search in the upper right or wherever your search bar is for the names. And I'll put the names of the images we want in the guide. For now, we can just grab slider image 1 and double click it. All right, and you've just uploaded your first image to WordPress. Good job on that. Now in the lower right, click Use this image. and we'll be using the image. So that's pretty cool. What's the guide say next? So it says change size to original. So as you can see, the image is a little bit blurry here because WordPress is guessing that it should be size large. We want to make that size original and keep your eye on the image. And we can see we increased the clarity a little bit right there. Great work. Now all we need to do is change the text, and the text already has that really cool effect. So I'm gonna take us to my version of the demo site that I'm using to build here for you guys. And we can see the text already comes with that nice little spring-in flip. And most importantly, we can copy what it says because I already planned that part of it. So let's come back to our UX Builder, and let's click on the cursive at the top and make it spring into summer and ... So notice how I edited the text in between the two brackets. That's something you should get used to doing in WordPress because WordPress will write these little styles for you and you don't want to mess with those. You only want to change the text. Of course, you could also click Open Text Editor and get a prettier screen. And click OK. All right, let's go back and we can click on our main headline and bring up that section in the editor. Now to make it easy for you, in our guide, I've actually put in the exact piece of HTML that you need. So just highlight the text of banner 1 and paste it in. Highlight like I'm doing right here, right click, copy, and then come back, and this will help you just get the exact style of the demo because I actually changed up some of the H's to make them larger or smaller and some of the colors as well. So this will help everyone just stay on the same page. Paste it in and see our changes. Pretty cool. And then once you do that, it's really easy to go in and edit, like, you know, maybe you want to say you get money back instead of cash. So that's really easy. If you do end up deleting one of the tags like strong or span, just hit Command Z and you'll be in good shape. All right, we need to change those colors. And we need to change those buttons now. So let's update the Learn More and the Shop. And we want to use the demo content as much as possible so that we can make our website quickly. And also Flotsam did a tremendous job with the demo and thought through the user experience for us already. So we want to use that. So what we can do now is just click on one of these buttons, like men, and click on the gear and then delete it. Okay. And now for Shop Women, we can change that one to Learn More. So let's click Shop Women. You'll get the button text, which is really easy to change as long as my mouse doesn't die. So we'll just write in Learn More, which is set to auto caps for us. Perfect. And then we'll click Shop All and change that to just Shop. To change the button colors, it's a lot easier than you might think. We can just click on one of them, like Learn More. And then in the button styles on the left, scroll down to color and choose secondary because we want that nice bright pink. And we'll leave this button style on outline. Now we can click shop and change that button color to secondary, but we'll change the style to default. And that'll give us that contrast between the two buttons so that maybe someone will like clicking the Learn More or the Shop More, depending on how the buttons feel to them. All right, now let's simply apply and update. And you've created your very first image slider banner in Flatsam's UX Builder. Strong work. So let's move to the next banner by just clicking the right arrow in our editor. All right, we can see this one needs to be changed up, so let's click on the blue. All right, and the first step, if you remember, is just to change the height. And now we can easily upload an image, but this one actually is a video banner right now. So we're gonna save this one until the last slider, and then I'll show you how to insert a video. Let's continue now though with 2 more images so that everyone gets the hang of this. And we can in fact go back and see that we're on this banner. We're just gonna drag it to the bottom because that one is gonna be the last one for a video. So we need to change these other 2. And our first one looks phenomenal. All right, so click on the second banner Click on the blue to open up your editor on the left. Change the height. Click on the change media in background, upload files, select files, and we can easily grab our, hope that stays bigger for us, slider image 2, and double click. So now that these images are on your WordPress site, you can use them in blog posts, pages, sliders, wherever you want. Just make sure it's checked and use this image. Alright, perfect. Now we want to change the size to original. Excellent. And we'll see what the next step in the guide is. And that's to change the text for banner 2. But before we do that, I want to tell you that I made this image collage in PicMonkey.com. So we're going to use PicMonkey in a second, but just a heads up that PicMonkey.com is my recommended developer tool to edit images for the web. It's not totally free. I think they have a free trial version, and I actually pay for the upgraded version, like one step up, so you get more features. But the way you can do it really easily is just click something like collage, and then it's really easy to choose the layout. Just click here. And what I did for this image was I clicked ducks in a row and chose the 5 option, and then you can just like create your own by uploading images. You click on the image tab, add images, and then pull them in and drag them once they're on PicMonkey like this. Just so you know about this helpful tool. Alright, but we've already made our image slider, so we're good to go. Made our collage rather. And we can change our text again just by clicking on the right place right here on top of our UX builder. So this whole chunk of text is sitting in one text editor, and I've updated the entire thing for you. All you need to do is grab the text for banner 2. So highlight, copy, come back, and then highlight, paste. Great job. If you have a background that's dark and text that's dark, you might want to change the color of the text. To change your text color, just click Open Text Editor, highlight the portion of text you want to work with, click on this toggle toolbar button, and then on the A, click on the drop down, and then choose custom, and you can drag the color wherever you want like this, and in the upper left, far upper left, is going to be all white. So let's click OK, and OK. Great job. Now apply, and that feels good to update. Let's change our button now, and we want this to be browse products. So just click on the button anywhere, and now browse products, and we can change the hover color. So we're going to keep the color primary. Now we can make it a solid blue by clicking Style, Default. That feels good. Let's apply and update. Alright, now that our A Walk Through Paradise, Brooklyn to Bay Area slide is complete, let's keep moving because I think we're getting the hang of it. To get to the next banner, we can also click on our little stack of banner pancakes up here on the left. And then let's proceed and edit this slider. So let's click on the blue area anywhere on the blue. And let's change our layout height to 700. Now in background, change media. Upload files, select files. Sorry guys, my kittens decide to wrestle pretty much every time I turn on the microphone. And now we're gonna choose, make our screen bigger. We're gonna choose our slider image 3. All right, so double click that and click use this image. So this one is really pretty, and I got this image from Pixabay.com, a website repository we've seen in past tutorials. That's just Pixabay.com, and you can see that this is just another image I got there. So Pixabay is free to use, and you can get your free downloads. You just need to set up a free account with them and log in, and you can definitely donate to them too if you choose. That's a great idea. I recommend. All right, so I won't walk through exactly where the image came from because we want to keep building. Let's change our size to original, which will make our image more clear, a lot more clear. And now let's see how our site on the demo looked. So we can see we have an interesting little problem here, which is that the sunset creates a bright background, so our text doesn't look as good. On the demo, what I did was I moved the text to the left, but we could also take the image and flip it so the sunset's on the left. Let's try to do that because that sounds like a little more fun. So what we can do is just click apply and update and leave this section as it is. And now let's open up our site in a new window, which is always going to be makeawordpresswebsite.com for your reference. Click to the dashboard. Now we can click media where that image we just uploaded will live. Find it right here. Just click the image to open it. And now to flip the image, we're going to click edit. And to do the image flip, just click on this right left arrow right here at the top. Perfect. Now let's save it. Great job, and we can X out and close our media window. We can also get rid of these notifications at the top. That's pretty annoying. Let's click plugins. And it looks like those are all from Stripe. Stripe is being super needy. So let's deactivate the Stripe gateway. That's what they get. All right, and now those notifications should be all gone. Congratulations. Okay, close that window. And now let's come back to our UX Builder. And let's just refresh the page. Let's see if our image flipped. Let's click on the arrows to get to the right slide. And it took a second to load up the image, but the image did flip. So that just shows you that when you make changes to your WordPress in a different window and update them, then they'll be reflected on the different window or the different browser tab you were working. You just have to make sure you save your current changes that you're working on and then refresh the page. And WordPress will always ask you, like, are you sure you want to refresh? You have, some edits to make to save. All right, great job. Now we can change our text easily. Just go back to the guide and scroll down. The text for banner 3 is right here. Just highlight it and copy. And now let's come back to our UX Builder. Click on the text. I'm gonna hit Command A and Command V to save a little time. And perfect. Let's change up our button now too, which needs to say Shop Now. So what we're doing is giving people a lot of different ways to get to our shop. It's important not to just have one button, but to have many buttons. Let's change Browse Products to Shop Now. And let's change the color to secondary. And we're good to go. So these buttons also need links, which we forgot to set up on the previous slides. And you can easily get the right link just by clicking on the screen right here in our editor, in fact. So if you look in the lower left of my screen, when I hover on Our Products, you'll see the link right here by this discard button. So that one is the shop and the deals and the blog. And for most of these, we just want to right click and copy the link address for our shop, which is Our Products, because we called it that. Now you can click on the shop button and scroll down to link and just paste in that link. So it's really easy to use the work that's already in front of us and already completed. Now we can go back on the slider. All right, and we can set that shop button right here. Click on the button, scroll down, and change the link. So once we copied it, it'll still be copied, and we can paste it as many times as we want. And we're gonna leave our video as it is and change the shop right here on our Walk Through Paradise slide. Scroll down, and paste a link. All right, so I think you get the picture. Pretty simple. We needed to change one more button, which was the learn more, and that's just gonna go to our deals. So we can right click, copy that link address, click learn more, scroll down, remove this little hashtag, which is just a placeholder, and paste. And now make sure to apply and always update to save your changes. And now when we go back to our site and see what we made at makeawordpresswebsite.com, you can see we have a beautiful image slider with 1 slide, 2 slides, 3 slides, a video, which we're gonna change up next, and all those effects like the text flip and the text styles are set up already for us by Flatsum. So huge thanks to them, and our buttons work. So as we can see on our demo site, the video slider spans the middle of the page, which I think looks pretty good, but I'm also gonna show you how to make a full screen video slider. So let's do that right now. We can go back to our visual editor, our UX builder, and in our pancake stack on the left, open up slider, and then click to the last banner where we put the video slide. All right, and now this is pretty simple. We just need to click on the blue again, and it'll open up our banner settings. And now scroll all the way down to the video section and make sure it's opened up like mine is. And then we can use a YouTube or a video MP4, or you might have the other options, but I like the first two the most. So we're gonna get just a YouTube ID. It says add a YouTube ID here. For example, not sure what that will be, but I have one of them. On our blog post guide, it says for the demo, we used this one. So to test it out or to use it, we can just copy what's in the quotation marks. Don't copy the quotation marks themselves. And now back in the UX builder, just paste that in the box for YouTube. So you don't need to put in the full YouTube link or the embed link or anything like that, just the video YouTube ID here. And then click apply, and it won't show up in the UX builder. But once we click update and we check out our site, we can scroll through and see we now have an, okay, it doesn't want to play yet. What's going on? Refresh. Scroll down now again, and we can see the problem we had was that leaving the UX builder open, I left it open overnight, that caused it to get delayed and it didn't see our changes. So just a reminder that we should refresh our page, and if you're working in the UX builder for a long period of time, just go ahead and close your web browser, then log back into WordPress and make sure to save your changes first, and then just that'll refresh everything. So we're gonna paste in that video ID one more time. Click apply, update, and now our banner pancake with the video is in the last position. Perfect. Just gonna refresh, and voila, you've created a beautiful video image slider. All right, so finally it's working. To make our video slider full screen, we want to go back to the pancake and open up the settings. We can click the gear and click options to get there as well. And then you just want to come to height and choose 16 by 9. So if you choose 16 by 9, it's going to go to the full screen. And I think the other heights might work as well, but 16 to 9 is the best. Click apply and update. And now when we refresh the site, let's get to our video slider. There we go. We just had to refresh it again, and now you have made a full screen video slider. This will work with any video from YouTube. If you want to get that slider in the perfect height, so if you want to really control how tall it is, what I recommend doing and what the Flatsum developers recommend doing is creating your own MP4. So you could just take a video on your phone and upload it to your computer, and it will be an MP4. and then you can edit it in whatever free video editing software you like, or however you like editing a video, and then just upload it to WordPress. And once your video is uploaded to WordPress, you can come back to the image slider pancake right here, get to the banner settings, and you can just paste the link to that MP4 in video MP4. All right, so that's how you would take a video on your phone and upload it to your computer. Then you can upload it to WordPress, and WordPress will give you a link to the file. You can just paste that in right here to use your own hosted video, they call it. So that's what they did in the Flatsum demo, but that's a little bit too much of a process for us to look at right now. I just wanted to show you how to create a full screen video slider and also how to create the YouTube video slider. All right, so great job. We're gonna change that height back to just 700 pixels so that the height will match our other slides, our other banners. And click apply and update. Great job. All right, so now that we've created our beautiful image slider, we can scroll down and we're gonna set up our mission boxes, which go right beneath the image slider. All right, so we can proceed, and our blog post guide will tell us exactly what to do for those mission boxes. Add title, change our text to this. Get icons from Logo Maker. Those will already be in your images folder that we downloaded. Make sure height is 100, create credits, and add credits from the icons, which I'll give you. And then you can find all the text to easily copy on the site we're making right now. So perfect. Sorry about the screen size change, by the way. I jumped over to my Air because I flew to Austin right now, where I'm gonna go visit HostGator.com, HostGator itself, in about 15 minutes. All right, so I'm really excited, and I'm also really nervous. If you ever had one of those moments where it's like both of those feelings, and I can't wait to tell you guys about it and see what is the company behind the platform, you know, that we all use, and figure out what is HostGator. So I'll tell you guys all about that. I'll take as many pictures as I can before they kick me out, and I'm just doing some building here with you guys now so we can get our website done, and because it's one of the things that calms me down. All right, so I've already set up a couple of the mission boxes in our UX Builder. I did that just to get the ball rolling, but all you have to do is come to your pancake area and drag a title up to the section right beneath the slider pancake, like that. And then you need to bring this row, which contains the text and the borders, and that'll be a little bit further down. So we can see that that row is like further down the page. This one right here. You just need to drag it up. So what I did was it was down here, and I just dragged it up beneath the title. And then once it's there, it's really simple. You can just click the arrow to open it. And to make the rows skinnier, if you want 4 across like we do, or 5 across, you can just click on the gear, click options, and then change the width to whatever you want. So you can have some like really fat or skinny, but ours are just all 3 out of 12. So there's 4 of them, each is 1/4. And then we clicked in the row, we clicked add to row to get this other column. And you'll see that when we click the gear and then click options, we can click 3 and it'll just jump right in line. Perfect. Let's click apply and update. All right, so pretty cool. We've gotten all of our text from our demo site, like you guys can at makeawordpresswebsite.com. Mine are just from startawordpresswebsite.com, where I built the first version of the site. All right, so we'll get our last section of text and show you how to set up this mission box. Just copy from the demo site, come back to the UX Builder, and we're gonna find out what we need in the column here, which is an icon box. So let's click add elements, and we can just search for icon. Perfect, click icon box, and we'll get the right thing. All right, so we're all set up. We just need to go ahead and click back, and I'm actually gonna copy the settings from one of the icon boxes into this new one. So you can open up the third column, gear, copy options, then on the icon box we just made, gear, and paste options. And that'll make them look the same. All right, and we're gonna add those icons. Let's first paste in our text. So click on the text and then just paste her in there. All right, great job. Next, we need our titles from the demo site. So let's come back and copy the first title, which is making a website on a budget, and come back in and paste it. And we can see that the titles of the mission boxes are actually within the icon box. They're not in the text box. So we're using this title section. And paste. And back to the demo site, and copy. And click on the icon box at the top, and then paste. All right, so you get the picture. Copy the title and come back. And paste. And for our new icon box that we created, we're going to delete the header 3 in the text editor. So it's just the text. Click apply. And now we can open up the icon box itself. Click on its gear options. And we're going to give this one a title, which is The Truest Understanding. All right, so title and paste. Great job. Now it's time to add icons, and we have 3 placeholders and 1 that needs a full icon. All right, so let's click on our first icon. Just click remove. And you don't even have to do that. You can just click change media. But because I did, we're going to click select media. Select files and open up our Make an Online Store folder. And you should have the icons. I'll go ahead and rename those as icon first so you can sort all of them. But we just want to grab the money icon first. Click use this image. Great. Now click on the second icon box. Change media. Upload files. Select files. We can do a search for icon in the top right, and it'll grab us all of our icons from the last 7 days, which we want. So I'm going to select customer service, hands and heart, and WordPress, and upload so we can do that all at once and save some time. All right, so this one is going to be the little customer service guy with his beanie on, helping all of us out. So choose him and click use this image. Now click on the third icon, change media, and WordPress icon. Use this image. All right, and I'm pretty sure that's the WordPress.org icon, not to be confused with WordPress.com. Now click on the fourth icon box. For this one, we need to click on the gear because we don't have that sample icon set up. So click on the gear, click options. Now select media and heart and hands. Perfect. Use this image. And now our mission box is perfect and we're done with that. Great job. Click apply and update as always. All right, you guys, I'm going to go head off and see HostGator. Wish me luck from the future, and I'll let you know how it goes. All right, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, great job, everyone. I'm back from my meeting with HostGator, and I got to meet Snappy himself. The meeting was awesome. They have a really cool office, and check out all our social media channels to learn more about that experience. But I can say for now that they're a really fantastic company that we want to be a part of in the future. They're doing some amazing things, and my head is spinning with all the ideas I have for new content for you guys. So check out the social media channels for pictures of stuff like Snappy and a little bit more of what it looks like over there. So now we're going to dive into the core e-commerce part of your site, which are the products. We're going to add a few products and put them on the homepage. You're going to see in the guide that the steps are really easy to add products. It's a lot like making a new post or a page, except for it gets a price. So we can actually just scroll down and jump right in. Let's go to the Browse New Arrivals section, which are our new product arrivals. All right, so we're going to get to Browse New Arrivals, and we can see that we have our directions. So let's do it. In our UX Builder, we're going to actually drag these featured boxes down. So let's close that row and drag this row /pancake down underneath products. Great job. And now we'll have a products area, which are going to be the demo products Flatsum came with. So you can either replace this information with your own content, or you can just delete them. And I'm going to delete them so that we can start fresh. But if you want to be really lazy and just replace them, or if you actually like these products, then go ahead and keep them. All right, so this section is first called Browse New Arrivals. That's really easy. Just click on the title. Now change it up. And let's click Apply and Update. All right, so now it's time to start creating e-commerce. All right, let's go to our dashboard. So let's open the site in a new tab and click to the dashboard. And because we already installed our WooCommerce free e-commerce plugin, we have products on the left side right here. So click products, and you'll right away see all the demo products we got. So you have like the Osaka Entry Tee Super Dry, and you can check out the basic settings that it came with if you want. You have a description at the top where you can write any sort of content just like you would in Microsoft Word and style it with colors or links or bullet points. Product categories, you of course have the title at the top right here. That's what the product is called. And then down below we have our product data. And this one's just a simple product with one price. So we'll get more into that. If you want to make like different sizes, you're going to set up a variable product. It's got some tags, another description, and the product image is just this blue person. All right, so let's look at how to make a new product. Click back to products. And so these are all out of our way. I'm just gonna bulk delete them. We can just click in the upper left box right here. Bulk actions, move to trash, and apply. And then let's do that again. Upper left checkbox, bulk actions, move to trash, apply. Upper left checkbox, bulk actions, move to trash, and that should do it. So there's no particular order we need to add our products because we can control wherever they go on the site whenever you add them. But for now, let's just click Add Product and create one that we like. All right, so I'm going to jump over to the demo site, and let's see, maybe we want to create the Captain. That's a really fun product. So let's do that first. So this is a t-shirt called the Captain. And now that we've set up our title, we can get a description. And I'm just going to open it up on the demo site and grab our description from here. All right, so we have this top right description, copy it. And that actually goes below the product down here in product short description. Fun fact. And then we have a longer description right here next to reviews. So we can copy all that. And that goes in our main text area where you'd write a blog post or a page normally. And paste. Perfect. Now this product needs a price. So it's going to be $44.50. All of our products are 50 cents. So you might have your own pricing style or strategy, but in my case, I've found that 50 cents makes people buy more than 95 cents or 99 cents, for example. If you want the product to be on sale, just write in a lower price right here. Pretty simple. Obviously, a lot we're going to see as we move forward, but because we're just learning products, let's keep it simple. Simple is everything. So we need a product category, and there's some demo ones already. Perfect. Men and t-shirts are great. And then we need the images, which is the most important part whenever you shop online. Of course, if it's a good image, you'll look into it. If it's not good, even if it's a good product, you're gone. So let's click Set Product Image, upload files, and let's get some of those super fun, engaging product photos from our demo product folder. So select files. All right, and we're already in the right folder. Make an online store 2017. I'm going to sort by big photo. And then we can just get all of our captain stuff. So I'm just going to drag and highlight and click open. And when we do that, we'll upload all 6 photos. Notice how they're fun, they're people photos, they're outdoors. It can make a big difference to set the mood and position yourself as fun and bold and different. Even if it's just a simple product like a t-shirt, it can make a big difference for your profitability. So once they upload, we can just choose one image for the featured image. All right, WordPress is going pretty quick right now. And we'll just choose this guy winking right here and set product image. We can put the other images in the product gallery. So let's click add product gallery images. And now you can just check off several images. So I'm going to hold command and we can see the check mark will go to more images now. So we'll grab 5 of them or as many as you like and click add to gallery. All right, guys, you're almost done. We just want to give this product a tag. And I'm going to call it featured because we're going to put the featured products on the homepage, but you can call it like cool or favorite or something as long as you can remember it. Good for organization. Click add. And now let's click publish. All right, and now when we visit our site, we can just type in the domain name without the WordPress login. We should see that we have our first product and it's already on the home page. All right, so there you have it. Great job. Our first product is now live. People can click it and read more, and they can already, in fact, click add to cart. And they can do more like post reviews and stuff like that. 4 stars, great design, but I'm only the skipper. And click submit. All right, and that way people can review your products and be fun or cool or clever. And it'll build social proof and get you more sales, hopefully, as Amazon has shown everyone. Let's go back to our homepage now. And scroll down, and let's make sure that the best-selling products are in the right place. So remember, it's possible if you leave your UX Builder window open that it will sort of freeze up and not show the right updates. So we need to refresh it. And then it actually loads again, which is perfect. So it's nice and fresh and fast for us. And so that's why, like in this case, the pancake containing these featured boxes, this row didn't want to go down before. So now we can put it below products. Perfect, just a little bit of rearranging right there. It looks like we had a products that was not the right products, and we have a products that is the right products. Now we just need to add that title for new arrivals one more time. All right, great job. And apply and update. And our homepage is looking a lot better. All right, so now that you've set up one product on your online store, let's just add another product so that we all can understand the process even better. And let's make sure that product fills in right to the right of our first product so it's in line with our mission boxes above them. So we can go back to our edit product screen for the first product, and we can actually just click add product up here. And this will add a second product. All right, and you can start with the product name or the featured image. So maybe you have a list of products already with their branding and their names, or maybe you just want to get the image up first and then decide what to call it. So I usually like going with the image actually. So I'm just going to set product image. And now we need to click upload files and find a new product from our demo images. So let's jump back to our demo site, and we can see that we have the pineapple, the mint julep backpack, and the Jo Malone cologne in the new arrivals section. So any one of these will work. All right, so let's go back and click select files. And I'm gonna select the larger icon so we can see what we're doing. And let's grab the mint julep bag because those are the first ones in the upper left right now. So I can just drag and grab all the images that we want at the moment and hit enter, or you can click open, same thing. You can also upload the featured image just one at a time, but I like saving some time and doing a bulk upload. So remember, we're choosing our main image now, so that should be like a front and center image, just like this bag main picture. Make sure you've clicked it to get the check mark, and now click set product image. This one is called the Mint Julep Backpack. All right, so we can add that as our product name. And you can click through on the demo site to get the demo text. All right, so we have our demo text in the upper right. We'll copy that, and that goes in the lower section. That's the short description, which goes to the upper right of the image on the front end. And then we have our second description. So we'll copy this part, and we'll come up to the main description area, which actually goes below the image, and paste it in. All right, and so that'll paste in all of our styles, including the bullet points. If you want to paste in some text you've written in Microsoft Word, then you just want to make sure that you click the paste as text button before you paste it in there. Clicking this button will make sure that when you paste in some text, you only get the plain text and you don't get any formatting like weird fonts or spacing that might come from Microsoft Word or even from a Gmail or an email. So if you just want to get the plain text, click that button and it'll paste really simply, and you can then style it in WordPress. But on the other hand, if you do want some formatting from Microsoft Word or from an email, then turn this option off and don't use this button. So there it is, so you know about it. All right, we of course need our regular price, which is down here in product data. So this is $84.50. All of our products end in 50 because we know that that sells well. And then on the right, we need a category. So we have bags already, but we want to actually put that under women. So how do we do that? Well, we can add a new category. Click this link and write in bags. And then for parent, just choose women. Add new category. And that'll make the subcategory of bags. So we have the main category we're not going to use and the subcategory. And we're going to check women as well so that they both show up on the site like this. If you're not seeing the reviews on your product site, like we can see right here below the product, then make sure in your product editor screen right here in the advanced area that you've checked enable reviews. And lastly, we need the product gallery images. So let's click this link in the lower right. And now we can click and then also hold Command or Control and choose multiple images. All right, and now let's add to gallery. So you might want to add the main image as a gallery image, and you might not want to. That's up to you. To delete a product gallery image, just click on the X. All right, and now we can publish this second product. Great work. So let's refresh our homepage and check out our progress. And we now have two amazing products. So we can see that new products will fill in to the right, but if you want to change the order of the products, like put this one over here, then you can always go to the edit product screen and you can actually backdate them or forward date them depending on when they were published. Just click this edit link, and then you can manually decide when the product was published, which will help change the order of the product on your homepage. All right, we now have two products, and we should have a full understanding of how to create a product in your online store through WordPress using WooCommerce, which again is the #1 e-commerce solution. But let's say that you don't even know what products to include. You're thinking of a bunch of products and you're not sure which ones to use, how to create a brand around your products, and how to tell a story with your products. If that sounds like you at all, then I think it's time for us to hear from Andrew.
we wanted to combine fashion and function. So you're looking good and feeling good, but also you're more prepared to take care of a kid.
Yeah.
Taking care of a newborn is really, really tough.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing. It's beautiful. It's very difficult. So I want to build a line that makes it a little bit easier. I went with the whole workwear, American workwear motif. So it's a little bit more masculine, sort of speaks to a dad, so they can feel good wearing it.
Nice.
Those things are like pink and have giraffes and stuff like that, but
yeah, it doesn't need to be pink.
not really into rocking like a giraffe.
Yeah.
Burbrags.
You want like more, well, workplace. Yeah. I mean, there's a time and place for the giraffe.
That's right. Nothing against giraffes.
No, we love giraffes.
For all those giraffes out there.
Yeah.
You know,
Keep doing your
we're on
thing.
your side.
Keep doing you.
Okay, so the first product is Burp Rag. So this is a 100% organic, really soft muslin cotton burp rag. You can see it's bandana print.
Awesome.
It's the only bandana print burp rag in the
feel it?
world. Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean,
This is cool.
I got to design these and build these right when Booker was born. So I just designed the things that I wanted. So this is absorbent, super, super soft. Baby skin are super sensitive. And also just pretty fun. It's like fun color and bandana. It's like you put in work.
Yeah. Yeah.
We also have it. There,
Beautiful.
We sell them as a set, so this is the light gray as well. This is our second product. I'm actually wearing it. So this is a paternity t-shirt. It's called the Luca t-shirt, named after my nephew. And it's everything I wanted when I got home from the hospital with Booker. I just wanted something I could put on, I could wear every day. It was super soft.
We're not doing an infomercial here.
yeah. We'll move it along.
Yeah, that's also another video.
So our last product, this is called the Booker, named after my son. So this is soft denim. It's recycled denim from LA. And again, a similar concept where we have a moleskin cotton insert here where you're going to hold the baby the most. So.
All right, great. Seeing how Andrew has formed a real product line with real products that actual customers are purchasing this very moment has helped us solidify my idea for our full product line right here. So let's go ahead and finish off our new arrivals section with 2 more products I'm sure that the audience is going to like. So let's complete our new arrivals section. We can go back to our edit product window and click add product at the top. And now we're going to create the pineapple. Let's give the pineapple its product image, set product image, upload, select. Let's choose the swimsuit photos and click enter. And now we can select our product image with the check mark and click set product image. We can get the text from the demo site, just click through to the pineapple and copy in our short description and paste it down here. And then the other description right here. Perfect. Copy that. And again, that goes in our larger text area. Paste it in. All right, and we can see that we're using a heading 2 right here. You can get as creative as you want with the different sizes, colors, formats, put in more images, quotes, whatever you want in this text area. You really can do it all. You can center or right align, you can bold it, you can put block quotes in right here, or you can change the text color. It's totally up to you. All right, the pineapple costs a cool $68.50. So of course this could be any product you want, any product that you've decided to sell now. And let's give it a category. We need that. So we need to add new and write in swimwear. And for parent category, that'll of course be women. Click add new category. Next, let's give it the product gallery images. Click add product gallery images. Choose our other pineapple photos. Select 2, add to gallery. Great job, and publish. Now let's add our Jo Malone cologne. Let's click add product again. Assign the product name. Scroll down, set product image. You're doing great. Upload files, select files. If only this window would stay bigger. Let's grab the Jo Malone cologne. So just click and highlight all the right cologne images. And now click open. Again, you want your main product image to be the image that describes the product the best. So while I want to use this image of the sage and the salt and the tree bark, people would get confused. So we're going to use the main product image of Jo Malone cologne. And set product image. All right, now let's grab our text, easily found on the demo site. Short description text, get the dog his bone, and your friend an ice cream cone with this Jo Malone cologne. Paste that down below, and then our larger description text. Copy and paste. Price of this item is $134.50. Category is going to be fragrance for men, which we don't have, so add new. Fragrance. Parent category men, and add new category. And lastly, we'll give ourselves a few product gallery images. So this will just be the box view of the Jo Malone cologne, the tasting notes, and the actual nature shot of the ingredients. All right, and add to gallery. We're all set to publish. Now let's refresh our homepage, and we can see that we've confidently filled in our new arrivals section. We have 4 products that people can actually purchase right now, and you can earn real money from them. You just have to go ahead and ship the product off to them, of course, once you see the new order in your inbox. So of course, before we're done with this site, we're going to complete the e-commerce chain of events, and I'll show you how to add the few settings you need to actually process payments. But for now, we're going to keep building out the site. To enable that sideways scroll so that your customers can scroll through your products on your homepage, you just need to add more products than fit in this section right here. So we can add one more. Let's go back to our edit product window and click add product. And then we'll move on and do something different. So let's add the pretty pink wedding dress. All right, and now set product image, upload, select files, you get the hang of it. All right, and there's our pretty pink wedding dress. We'll get these 3 demo images and click enter. Choose our product image and set product image. All right, now let's grab that demo text, highlight, copy from the demo site, come back to our site, and paste it in the product short description. Our wedding dress costs $124.50. And we need to add the category of dresses under women's clothing. Add new category, dresses, pink category, women, add new category. All right, and now we can publish. Let's refresh our homepage. And you'll see that we now have this right-left arrow on the homepage so people can easily scroll through all your products and decide what they want to buy. At the moment, the Browse New Arrivals section will just show any new product you add to this site. But what if we only wanted to show specific products so that when we add more products later on in the video down here, that all of them don't show up right here? Because what if we just want only these products right here? Well, we can control which products show up with a tag. So what we can do is go to our UX Builder on the home page first. So hover on Edit and click Edit with UX Builder. But I'm going to actually right click and open a new tab so we can keep that home page open. Alright, now just drag it to a spot where you like editing it. And let's open up our new arrivals product section right here. Click on the gear and click options. So when we scroll down, we can see style, layout, slider, and then in posts where it says category, we can choose a specific category. Like you could only show clothing or dresses if you wanted. That might be helpful. But for us, we want to only show tags, which is the same process. It just is going to let us show like a wider variety. So we can give the same tag to a lot of different categories, if that makes sense. So where it says tag, let's click select. And we can see that we've created some demo tags, but the one we want is the tag we specifically created earlier on, which is featured. If we choose that, then only the product with the tag featured will show up. So let's click apply and update. And then now all you have to do to manually, per se, put products into this section is go back to our product list by clicking products. And we can add that feature tag to any product we want to show up in that specific section. Just open Pretty Pink Wedding Dress. Scroll down to product tags, and then you can just write in featured. Choose it, make sure to click add and update. So that wording for featured could be anything you want, like new or seasonal or September, but I just like featured. Back to the products list, and we can see that doing that will make sure that only 2 products show up in this section. So let's go to pineapple. Write in featured, it'll search for it, click it, add it, update, boom. And back to our products list. All right, and we'll do the same for Mint Julep and Jo Malone. Click it, add it, update. All right, and let's check out our homepage, refresh it, and we can see that we've gotten our 5 products back. Perfect. Now that you know how to add new products to your store, let's learn how to add a different type of content, which are these featured boxes we often see on major e-commerce websites. To add these featured boxes, which can talk about what you're doing or your blog or really anything going on at your company, just come back to our UX builder for the homepage, which is right here. And we're going to get the pancake on the left, which is just row. All right, so hopefully when we click row, there we go, it'll bring us to the right section. And you can go ahead and just click on the blue area, sort of like we did for a slider. Perfect. And now in background, let's click change media, upload files, select files. And let's grab all 3 featured boxes. So we can click and drag and then click open. And in our blog post guide, we are now down to, we did slider, we did mission boxes, we added products in the new arrival section, and we're now in featured boxes. So I've got this little arrow here to show you exactly where we are right now so that everyone stays on track. All right, so once you upload those images, it's going to be really easy to use them. Let's just choose the first one of our laptop and the camera and click use this image. And then that background will change. Great job. To change the title here, just click on the text, and then where it says our articles, right in between the alligator brackets, we're going to write in our blog, and that will auto caps for us. All right, and then click apply. Let's click on the background area again, and we can see that we need to change the height to 180. So a little bit bigger so that more of the image will show. And you can adjust that to your liking. Now let's click on the second banner. In background, change media. Let's choose this his and her couples and click use this image. So this section is going to be called giveaways. Just click on the text and write over the demo content, giveaways. So we can see in this section, they've actually allowed us to shrink some of the text here. And you can keep that if you'd like it to say something below giveaways. We can see competition is a little smaller than giveaways because as we see over here, they've given it a span style, which is font size 85%. So feel free to keep that if you like, then there's no need to rewrite it. And you can also use this to learn what the CSS means, like what span means, what font size means, and change the number and so on and so forth. But in our case, we're going to keep it really simple, and we're just going to delete this entire span and the line break. Great. Click on the banner to adjust the height, and we're good to go. Now let's click on our third featured box, change media, choose the South Beach panorama, use this image. So you can see you might find a quicker way to adjust all the settings based on your own workflow. For example, we want each featured box to also have a link so that people can click it and actually go somewhere. Right now we're in the About Us featured box, and if we scroll down, we can see that there's the link option. We just need to paste in the right link right here. So we can delete over what it says right here, and then we can go to your home page and right click on our About page and copy link address, which will copy the link to this page. Perfect. Now let's come back to our UX Builder and right click paste. All right, and we can do the same for giveaways. Just click on the right banner, scroll down to our link box, and it might be something kind of crazy based on what the demo content imported, but in any case, we can delete it. And we're gonna link to the giveaways page. So let's go back to our home page and let's copy the deals link. So copy link address, and that'll just save you one step instead of actually visiting the page and copying the link from your URL bar, but same thing. Back to the UX Builder and paste it in link. And lastly, for blog, let's just click on the banner, come down, and let's delete the word blog from link. And back to our homepage, and we'll just right click on blog, copy link address, come on back, and then we can finish off our third link for the featured boxes. So this section looks perfect now, it just needs a title. Let's apply and update though to save our changes, just in case something gets messed up. And now let's close the row. And so how do we add a new title? Well, we can do it the old-fashioned way, which is to click add to content, or we can do it the easy way, which is to just copy an existing title with the same styles. So let's grab the Browse New Arrivals titles because we like easy. Click on the gear, click duplicate, and we'll call this one It's the Store with More. Perfect, and click apply. All right, now close your row and just drag that down to the right place. Easy as pie. All right, now our featured boxes are done. Let's just update one more time. Refresh the home page. Oops, that's the deals page. Click the logo to go back to the home page. And great job. Because we're on such a roll with our products, I want to show you how to create two more types of products for your online store, which are on sale products and variable products where you have different sizes or different colors, for example. You can create options for everything and make them super complex or add in third options like material, but for now, we'll try to keep it simple. All right, so as you probably know, we'll go back to our edit product window and just click add product. For this new set of products, we're not going to use the tag featured, so they're not going to show up in our Browse New Arrivals section. You can leave this Add New Product window open, and we're also going to go back to our UX Builder right here, and we can see there's a new area for products you might have right below our featured boxes. So let's just click on that gear and delete this one. We don't want that. What we do want is to now click Add to Content and choose some on sale products. So where is that? Well, if we can't see it, we can just type in sale. Perfect. Woo products on sale. Choose that one. 12 and 4 is good, and click apply. All right, now let's bring that up, and we're gonna drag that up under our featured boxes row. Great job. And if you'd like, you can also set up the title first in advance. Just click on the other title, duplicate it, and then call this something like seasonal sales, because everyone has seasonal something. And click apply. Drag it down. And now we know where we're building, right here under seasonal sales. All right, so let's add some products on sale. First, let's update though, so we don't lose our changes. Now in your new product editor, let's create some sale products. Our first product on sale is the Honey Shades by Laurent. Perfect. So let's click to set product image, upload files, select files, and I hope you just go ahead and add your own products, whether they're sunglasses or cars or clothing or video games or ebooks or whatever they are, as we add our products right here, so we can all do it together. All right, so let's grab our Honey Shades right here. And those shades also have the Yves case, Yves portraits, and Yves side. So open all 4 of those, and I just clicked Command to highlight the other ones at the same time. All right, let's choose our main featured image and set product image. This product had a regular price of $244.50 and is on sale for $174.50. Great job. We can also choose the right category. We're going to need to click Add New Category and type in sunglasses with the parent category of women. Excellent work. Again, we can get all the text from the demo site. All right, and then easily paste it in. Copy and paste. Lastly, we do need some product gallery images. So let's show off the product a little bit more from a lot of different angles, including the case and the protective cloth that the shades come with. Add to gallery. You can also rearrange these so that they show up at a different order on your homepage. Now let's publish the shades already. And just by setting a regular price and a sale price, when we refresh our homepage, we can see that those products know to go in the products that are seasonal sales. And they also have this little sale label, which is our secondary pink color. Pretty cool. So that might look different on your site, but that's just how it works automatically. That's about all we need to know about creating a sale product. If instead of marking your products down for a sale, you wanted to just offer customers a coupon, that's really easy too. You can just go back to your dashboard right here, and then in WooCommerce, hover over the WooCommerce label and click on coupons. So you can either learn more or just click add coupon, because it's pretty simple. Add coupon, and now all you need to do is write in something like summer, optional description. So maybe you're going to tell your team to leave this active until July 30th, for example. And then you can decide how the coupon works, if it's a percentage or a fixed cart discount. So this would be like $10 and this would be like 20%. You can write in the percent, choose when it expires down here, and maybe this coupon will allow free shipping too, up to you. Now you just need to publish, and you've created your first coupon. You can send that out in newsletters or TV advertisements or wherever people get news of your deals. All right, so pretty simple how that works. Next, I want to show you how to add a variable product, because inevitably your products will have different sizes, colors, etc. To do that, let's go back to our product window. So we can hover on new and click product. And we're just going to set up a really basic custom t-shirt for this product. I'm actually going to start with the product image so that I know which product it is. Set product image, upload files, select files, and it's right here, the Black Crew t-shirt. So select, 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 and open. Alright, and now let's see what we call this. This is called the simple crew neck. Alright, perfect. Alright, we've chosen our product image, so we can click set product image. And I think I remember that we're going to call this the simple crew t-shirt. Alright, perfect. So you're inevitably going to have your description here and here. Alright, so let's get our basic details out of the way and then set up those different sizes. Demo site, open up simple crew neck. Copy and paste and paste. All right, and we want to make that clear that it's for any occasion. For some reason, whoever made the demo site made it like that. All right. All right, so what else do we need? We need the category. So for women, this will be tops. Perfect. And we'll add gallery images. So choose the next image and choose the rear view. And the next image. Add to gallery. Now for the fun part where we're actually going to give different sizes to this product. So where do we do that? Well, the place we do it is right here in product data. And we want to change it from a simple product. Go ahead and click on that drop down. And we want to change it to a variable product, which just means that it can have different variables like size, color, material, etc. Choose variable. And here's where it gets a little tricky, but as you do this a couple times, it'll become second nature, and it should, because thousands and thousands of e-commerce site owners do this every day. What we're going to do now is scroll up and click Save Draft for this product, because we need to go to a different place and add an attribute. Once you save draft, come over and click Attributes on the left. And now we're going to create the attribute for size. So the name is size, and the slug is just lowercase size. Don't check Enable Archives, leave Select right here, and then choose Custom Ordering. And click Add Attribute. So now when we go back to our products list, click on the simple crew, which is still a draft so that no one saw it published yet. We can come down and now we can choose attributes, and we'll have size in this drop down. So click attributes, choose from the drop down and choose size, and now click add. So if we hadn't added the attribute, we wouldn't see anything here and it wouldn't make sense. But now we can choose size and click add it, and we get this window. So what I want you to do is where it says values, just click add new. And you're going to get this pop-up window. So we'll enter in a new attribute term, for example, small, and click OK. And then that'll fill itself in right here. Add new again, and let's choose medium. OK. Add new again. And let's choose Marge, which is just in between the medium and large. Add new, large, add new again, and XL. If you don't like one of your attributes, you can click the X to delete it. And if it gets closed like this, just click anywhere in the white space to reopen it. And then you can always add an existing attribute back. Let's add one more, which is XL, and click OK. So now what we need to do is check used for variations and just save attributes once you're ready with all of your values. All right, you're doing a great job. It's now time to leave attributes and click on variations. So click on variations. And here's where we actually create the individual products themselves. So you have a small crew tee, a medium crew tee, a large crew tee. We're going to create each one of those individual variations on your product right here. It's not as much work as it sounds though, because we can actually just choose add variation and instead choose create variations from all attributes, and then click go and click OK. And it's going to say, are you sure you want to link all variations? This will basically create every possible option, which is fine. We want to do that. Okay. So it only added 5 variations because we only had 5 different sizes. Okay. All right, now you're in good shape. What we're gonna do is drag these so they're in the right position. Just click on the pancake and drag it so that they make sense in terms of the progression of sizes. And now you can click on the white space to open each individual option, and it's time to set a price. So for our simple crew, the regular price is going to be $64.50 for every size except for small. So once you enter in the price, just close the particular tab by clicking above on the white space. And now open up the next one, price, close it, next one, price. There you go, close it up. And then next one, regular price, paste it in. And of course, this is also where you can add things like weight, dimensions, shipping class, and description. All right, we'll close that one up. And the last one, the small, is going to be on sale because for whatever reason, we're trying to get rid of the small size in this t-shirt. It's just not as popular. So what you can do is add the regular price, and then you can add a sale price on the right. So maybe $10 off. And now let's make sure to click Save Changes. All right, once you've done that, your product is now ready to go live. So let's click Publish. And if for some reason you don't set a price on a product, it'll just list as unavailable or out of stock. All right, now let's refresh our site. And we should see the Simple Crew in seasonal sales. All right, so we can click it. And now your audience will have the option to choose a size. You can go ahead and choose the right size, like maybe medium, and choose how many they want to, purchase, and then click Add to Cart. Strong work. So you now know how to add both sale products to your online store and products with different sizes, colors, textures, whatever it is you want to make, and you can add crazy sorts of variations from each of those products. But for now, we just added one with size. All right, let's click back to the home page. Let's scroll down and we can see that we need a couple more sale products for this to look good. So I'm just gonna go ahead and add those on my own time to speed things up. All right, great job everyone. Our shop is now complete with seasonal sales products as well as browse new arrivals, but maybe you're still not feeling 100% confident that you can make that first sale. If that's the case, it's a good time to work on our marketing. So what we're gonna do is add some demo advertising marketing content in these sections down below on your homepage, below the seasonal sales. Or what we could do is hear from an expert. Okay, so now we're going to talk about something that might hold people back from e-commerce, which is just worrying that their products won't sell. You worry that you have a great product, you thought of when you were a kid or an adult or whatever. Maybe it's a book, maybe it's a downloadable product, maybe it's just something for the kitchen, an invention, but you worry that it won't sell. So I know you said you talked to a bunch of people and got the research, got the feedback from all your groups, but did you ever face that worry that your product just won't sell in the face of Target and Walmart and every other clothing manufacturer?
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, I created a new subgenre, which is clothing and gear specifically for new dads. So it didn't exist. So of course, when you're doing the market analysis, there aren't a lot of other companies that are doing what I'm doing. So your first thought is there a reason this doesn't exist? Right. So the research going into it, I think, was important. That was sort of the foundation of my thought process. I actually used an online research firm to ask questions of new dads, and I found out that there's actually a high percentage of dads who were interested in the products and interested in the concepts and felt like they weren't being supported. So I think that's important. Talking with a lot of people is important, and doing that market research is also important. Like if you're going to enter into a space, especially if you don't know that industry really well, if you're not doing like a lateral move from where you were before, then doing that market research, understanding who your competitors are, is vital. And then I would also sketch out who your customer is, name that person, what do they do, what do they like to do, online, offline, those sorts of things. It'll change when you launch, that sort of thing. But definitely do that and have that person in mind when you're building your brand. The last piece of feedback I would give on this...
Ideal customer.
Yeah, your ideal customer. Last piece of feedback I would give is to start small. Right? Unless you're 100% confident or you have a large PO, purchase order, with a wholesaler, I would really start small to it'll keep, obviously your production, working with a factory can be difficult if you don't have a long-standing relationship with that factory. So if you can start small, work out the kinks, make sure quality is high, and then sell that product, make profit, take that profit, or take that revenue and turn it into reinvestment in your business.
Definitely.
So keep growing after that.
Definitely. Very smart. Start small. Do one thing really well.
Exactly.
All right, moving on. It's important, as Andrew said, to talk to people in your industry and research your competition and hear from a lot of different sources. It's important to define your ideal customer, and it's important to start small. So we're going to try to keep all those things in mind as we create our advertisements and our promos. The first of which can be found on our blog post guide, and we're just going to follow this section line by line from our guide. So we're on the large banner now, which is called The Weekend. We just did the seasonal sales in the last part. This section is a banner, so let's go ahead and add to content a banner. So head back to our UX builder, and now it's time to just click Add to Content, and then we can easily choose the banner. And we're going to go with the fourth option, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is just called Write in the presets list. So click Write. Perfect. Now click Apply. Now let's see what our guide says. So it says click on the blue area in the background to open banner styles. And then change the image to Weekend Banner. Easy enough. Click on the blue. Now in background, we're going to select Media. Upload, select. Make it bigger. And we're going to select our The Weekend image. And here it is in the bottom left corner. Great. We can just double click it. WordPress will upload. And then click Use this image. Alright, so this image should be a little bit taller so that we can see the entire model. So let's change size to large. And actually, let's go back to original. I think original is almost always going to be best for your large banner images and for your image sliders. We can just change the layout height. Let's try 700. Perfect. Maybe we go even larger, 750. Excellent. We want to see that bag that she's carrying. 750 looks great. Now you can change the text. Just click on the text box. Come back to the guide and go ahead and copy the demo text that I've written for you. Copy, and in the text box up here, no need to even open the text editor. Just hit Control or Command A and Control or Command V to paste. Now let's change our button. It says button should read Shop Weekend Styles and link to the shop page. Easy enough. Change that title right up at the top, that text title. and change the link to the shop page. So we can get our shop page just by right-clicking, copying the link address from our products, which is also our shop page. And we can easily change that button link. Just click on the gear for the button and click options and scroll down and paste that link in the link box. All right, now click apply and update. So this is an example of us starting small, I think, because this model shows the bag that we've already listed in our shop. She doesn't carry another product, like we're not introducing a new product. So let's go ahead and update it and refresh our homepage. We can get rid of that product screen. Really cool. So now you can see a little hint of that bag, which is our mint julep bag up here, the backpack. And we can move that large advertisement banner up so it's right underneath our seasonal sales. So let's grab that pancake and drag it up. Perfect. Update. Looks like we need to refresh our UX builder so that it shows all of our products. So make sure to refresh it every now and then after you update. And now this will show the most recent version of your site. Perfect. All right, what's next? So the next section we want to make is the homepage testimonials. So this is pretty cool. It's an example of going out and talking to people, gathering resources and reviews so that you know that people like your product or don't like your product. And if they like it, hopefully it's good enough to make a testimonial out of it. So we already have some demo testimonials in our UX builder. If we scroll down, those are just listed in the banner. So where are they? They're going to be this slider, which is underneath a gap, which is underneath the banner we just made. So pretty cool. We can go ahead and delete the gap. That's just some demo content from Flotsam. And we'll see that white space go away. And now we can add to our testimonials. So let's see what's in there in this slider full of testimonials. Click to open, and there's 3 sliders, which is perfect. Each pancake is a banner, which contains a text box, and inside of that a testimonial with some text. So that part can get a little bit complicated. So what I'm going to do so that you get the full understanding of how these testimonials work is just show you how to create a testimonial from scratch. And we're going to use these demos as an example of what we need to make. All right, so to get started, follow me and click Add to Slider. It would be like the 4th banner pancake spot right here. You can see it's lined up with the other pancake right here. Add to Slider. Now click Banner. And while there are a lot of good options like circle right or right light, where you could create some sort of creative format for your testimonials, we're just going to leave this one blank. I'm going to show you how to do it all from scratch and click Apply. All right, perfect. Now just click Apply again. And we can see we've created a banner with a text box. So this text box has some text in it right now, but we want that to be a testimonial instead. So what we're going to do is click on the gear for the text box and click delete and hit OK. And now we're going to click add to text box and we're going to choose the testimonial option. Great job. Now click apply and apply. Now we can easily build our testimonial just by clicking on the text and editing it. So for starters, I want to make a quote from myself. And what you could do is put the name of the person that you're getting the quote from in this header 3, or you can put the quote in this header 3, or you can just delete it. I really like keeping it simple all the time, so we're going to delete it. But you can always just hit Command Z or Control Z, or just write it back in the open text editor. So now I'm going to write, not a day goes by that I don't enjoy using my WordPress website with Flotsam. Great, no typos. And now we'll click apply. All right, so now we can open up the testimonial, click on the testimonial gear and options. And in this section, it'll let us say who's the person and their company. So this is a quote by Naragai, that's me, and I'm from YouTube. All right, Perfect. We can also select the image for that person by clicking Select Media. Upload, select Files. Choose the profile picture. If you want to use mine, then I'm flattered, and click Use this image. And you'll automatically get that nice circular crop. Alright, so this testimonial looks good, and it's 5 stars because I love Flotsam. We just want to make it a little bit shorter. So click on the blue background, and let's change the layout height to like 300. Great job. And apply and update. Alright, so that's how you create your own testimonial. If you scroll within the UX Builder, you can see the other ones have a slightly different background color. So what I want to do is actually just keep the format of the one we made, although you might like this sort of off gray too. Up to you. To keep the same structure as the testimonial we just made, click on the gear for the outer banner and click Duplicate and apply. So now we'll have another banner. So now you have 2 identical testimonials with the exact settings we want. And we can go ahead and delete the demo banners. Delete. Delete. And bye-bye. So you can also make one more banner. Just click on the gear, duplicate. Apply. And update. If the banner goes all white like it's doing on my screen right now, just refresh your page, because sometimes that's a lot of settings for the UX Builder to remember. And you'll be all set. Let's click on the second banner pancake and write in something different, because we don't need 3 of the same testimonial. So when I was chilling with Snappy at HostGator, he gave me a direct quote for the site. So we'll use it right here. And we just got to give credit where credit is due. So let's change that image. Remove, select media, upload, select files. We'll find Snappy in our folder. He's the builder Snappy. Open. Use this Snappy. And now let's change the byline. So you can literally click anywhere on the testimonial and it'll open to the right section. Great job, and apply and update. Feels good. We now have 2 real testimonials, and we're gonna click on our third banner pancake and make a third one. So again, if you're out of ideas or if you're just making a demo site for some purposes right now, then you can go ahead and just use all the content from our demo site, where you'll find a quote from Leo, which is tradition. We always have a quote from Leo. All right, so let's throw that quote in. Third pancake. Click to open. And remember, you can get this all on makeawordpresswebsite.com. So that's what Leo says. I threw my Captain T in my weekender duffel for yet another weekend getaway, referencing one of our products, of course. And apply. Now click the image, change media, upload, select files, and I have this handsome picture of Leo in the demo images for you. 2 actually. Because he's just that good looking. And use this image. Give credit where credit is due. Great job. You can also change the image width really easily if you want that picture to span more of the screen. It might make a larger effect, or maybe you'll include more text that would go like from top to bottom of the image. Totally up to you. Apply and update. We're going to actually make one more testimonial, which is from Bill Gates. So let's go ahead and duplicate Leo's and apply, update, and we just need to refresh our builder. Tons of progress being made here, and we're going to come down and open up our slider. Open it up. Fourth banner pancake belongs to Bill. And Bill says, I downloaded the Fun Beach Stores Summer Style Guide. Pretty cool. Thanks, Bill. Apply, click the image, change media, upload, select. You get the picture. Literally. There's Billy G. Use this image and give credit where credit is due. Alright, so this is pretty fun. This is going to be Bill Gates from Microsoft. Apply, update, and just like that, our site has testimonials and we're all done with that. Moving downwards, we can now edit our blog. So let's go ahead and do the blog. We can see what our blog post guide tells us, which is to start right after homepage testimonials in our blog by adding the title and changing the text to our blog. All right, so let's do it. Back in the UX Builder, we have a sample title here. We can just click on it, there we go, and change it to our blog. Apply and update. So if we click on blog posts, which is one of the cool pieces of content you can add if it gets removed for some reason, you can see that this has some nice features like a type, which is slider, a width, which is container, and an animate, which is fade in left. So feel free to change all of that. And you can also apply those animations to the other pancakes, the other pieces of content. Apply and update. I just realized that if someone joins this tutorial halfway through and they hear me talking about pancakes, they're going to be confused or hungry. But just so you know, these are the pancakes on the left. It's our stack of content that looks like pancakes. Okay, so to get our blog working, we need to update in the screen, make sure to update, and then it's time to go back to our dashboard for once and do this the old-fashioned way. So click to your dashboard, and we're just going to create new blog posts, and then they'll fill themselves in. If you see an update in plugins, like a red number, it's important to do that right away. This ensures your site is fast and secure. Update and update. Good work. Now we can click to posts. And we can see there's a lot of demo posts. All right, so that's pretty cool. And we're just going to edit them up a little bit. So let's click Hello World, the signature WordPress post. All right, Hello World. I'm mobile responsive. And let's give this post a featured image, much like a product image, but a little bit more simple. Click Set Featured Image. Upload, select files. We'll choose our image of a mobile-friendly iPad. Great. So this actually shows the shop itself being mobile responsive. Pretty cool. You can make a category, like maybe you write about tech, add new category, and this is where you'd write in your blog post content right here, just like you'd write an article in Microsoft Word, or a paper, or an essay, or, edit any piece of text. But we're good at all that by now. So then let's click Update. Oops, let's remove that uncategorized category and update. All right, let's go back to our list of posts now. And we're going to click on Welcome to Flatsome. So these are really good post formats. And we're just going to write Welcome to Flatsome, the #1 e-commerce website theme. Great, and now we just need a featured image. We'll remove that blue box and click Set Featured Image. And now upload, select, choose a model, always good for a featured image, and click Open. And Set Featured Image. Let's give this post a new category, which is just going to be e-commerce. Add new category and update. So that's how you update another blog post. All right, now back to our all posts list. And because I don't actually love these other posts that much, let's just delete them and let's add 2 new blog posts. So check the posts you want to delete, and from bulk actions, choose move to trash and click apply. Just note that if you make a post twice with the same title and one of those posts is in the trash, you might get a little bit of feistiness. You should just make sure to choose new post titles for new posts. Or you can always go ahead and click trash and fully delete the posts so that you can call them whatever you want. Delete permanently, apply. All right, so now let's add new. We'll call this one put galleries, videos, and more in your articles. And we need some dummy text, so we can just go to Pan Ipsum, which is a really cool tool if you're building a site for someone else and you want just a block of text that's somewhat entertaining but not meaningful or offensive. You can just grab some classic lingo like coffee, click Generate Ipsum, and then you can just grab some free demo text from this screen. Bring it back to your post, and you're good to go. All right, so this category is gonna be coffee. Add category. And maybe you want to put in a quote. To put in a quote, you could just separate some text like that, highlight the text that'll be the quote, and click on the block quote button. Great job. And now it'll be indented and a different style. If you want to put an image in, you just have to make some space, maybe like this, and click right here for add media, and the image will go wherever your cursor is. So click add media. And maybe we're going to want to put in like a new image. So let's upload files, select files. Let's go with this image of model 1, open. Your image will also get some attachment display settings we've seen, but we haven't really used until now. So you can actually align the image like left of the text or right of the text, so the text will wrap around it if you want to do that. And you can link it to something. If you want people to be able to click on the image, you can do like a custom URL and then paste in like a new link like Google. And you can change the image size. Usually medium is good for in the post. And click insert. And so that image will just behave as you tell it to. The text will go to the right, image left, and you can also click on the image and resize it manually. So you can get that size just right. Great job. Once your post is almost ready, make sure to choose the featured image. So that would be the same as the image in the post in most cases. Doesn't have to be. Set featured image. And now publish. All right, just a little tips there about making a blog post and making it pretty. And now we can get one more blog post because our homepage needs 4 of them. So add new. All right, we can paste in that Ipsum again. And our title is going to be a simple blog post, powerful potential. So in this post, I'm going to show you how to insert a video. The easiest way is just to be on YouTube and find a video you like. So I like watching Vice Sports every now and then. You should check them out. It's really entertaining and a new look into sports, new perspective. So you just click on a video, and then the best thing to do is to click on the share button, click embed, and just copy the code that YouTube gives you right here. Although it'll also work to copy the link up top in the URL bar. Next, just go to text. If you're ever going to paste in some code from Facebook or YouTube or Google or anywhere, put that in the text tab so that it renders the right way. Just make some space and paste. Make a little more space. Give it a category, so this will be sports. You can write about whatever your heart desires, of course. And now we need a featured image. Upload, select files. And this one, because we're too lazy to get an image that matches that video, we'll just go with another model. Open. All right, so the point is that you understand how to make a blog post, and I think we accomplished that. Let's set featured image, and now let's publish. So you can use this format video if you want, but it's better just to do it manually so you know how it works. And now let's just click to our homepage and look at what we made. So if we scroll down, we see we have things looking pretty much the way we want. Made a lot of progress right there. And our blog is now complete, at least on the homepage. So as you grow your site, you'll write more articles and they'll show up here. But for now, this looks very attractive to a new customer, a new visitor. And they can go ahead and read your blog. Maybe you'll even blog about your products and get some native commerce going on. Either way, it's a good way to position yourself as the expert. Speaking of experts, why don't we hear from Andrew on what he thinks of his blog at fatherfigure.co. So now that we've set up our blogs, we're going to move down, and our next section is the lower promo boxes in the lower promo slider right here. So we can just follow our blog post guide, and it says this section comes last, but proves last is truly not least. In fact, this could become a crowd favorite. So let's see how to make our lower promo slider. Come back to the demo site, and as usual, hover on edit page at the top and click edit with your UX builder. And so this is just going to be a section, and we're not going to add anything at first. We're just going to apply a section. So if we remember how to do that, it's pretty easy. Now that our pancake stack is looking perfect and we don't need to change any of these around anymore, that feels good at least. Now we can just click add to content and we'll add a pancake at the bottom. And it's going to be a section, so click section. And then just leave it on default at the top and click apply. Alright, so now our guide says, now add the image lowered promo slider as background of this section, and then open the section, add to section, choose slider. Pretty simple. So we're already in the section details. In background, select media for your image. Upload, select, and here's our lower promo banner. So we can double click. WordPress will upload it and we'll click use this image. So our background is in place now, and next the guide says open the section, add to section, choose slider, and then we're going to add slides to the slider. So pretty simple. So in UX Builder, let's click apply, and now let's open the section with the arrow and click add to section. Now we'll choose slider. Now we'll click in the middle here to add slides here. And choose banner. And you can pick any of the beautiful banners, but the one we want is called box right. So choose this guy right here. And we can see not only did it give us some content to put in a promotion or an advertisement, but it also increased the height of our slider. Great job. To get rid of this blue background, first click apply and then click on the blue background. And now where it says color, just click anywhere in this color box. And we're going to click on this meter at the bottom, the skinny little meter, and that'll give us an overlay option. And we'll just drag it all the way to 0, 0, 0, 0, and click choose. Now do the same for overlay. Of course, you might want an overlay if you have an image that looks good with a little darker background or the text is lighter, for example. But for now, we just want to remove that and click choose. Perfect. So now we'll click apply and update. Great job. And now that we have one banner that looks great, we can just click on the gear, duplicate, and click apply. And we should have two banners with the exact same settings. If we click on our sideways arrows, we can see that we've accomplished that. And more importantly, we keep the same background, and it looks like the boxes just slide across the background, which is beautiful. You can also make those sliders have different transitions, like fade. To do that, just click anywhere within the banner. So this would work right here. And now let's change the slide effect. Apply and update. All right, so let's add in some text content now. Just click on the text box and it'll open our little text section on the left. Then back to the guide where we have some demo text laid out for you. So I'm just gonna highlight, copy the first box, and you can say whatever you want about your business or your brand or your products. But this way it's just really easy to paste it over what Flatsim writes for us. Perfect. So as Andrew said, the idea here is also to talk to your customer. You have an idea of that ideal customer in mind, and here you can include messages that that person would like. So in my case, my ideal customer is someone who wants an online store and wants to learn e-commerce like you. So those are the sorts of messages I've written for you. All right, so that's what you get. We can just click apply and we can edit the next slide and grab that demo text right here, which talks directly to your ideal customer. Highlight, copy, and come back and click on the text box. And I'm just gonna hit Command A or Control A and paste. Perfect. Apply and update. And I'll leave the option of choosing a primary and a secondary button up to you. Let's check out our site and see what we made. All right, we have our huge banner, our blog, our testimonials, and now at the bottom, we have our lower promo slider. Looking good. All right, and make sure to add whatever buttons you want for primary and secondary, change the colors, etc. You can also change how those boxes come in on the background. It's pretty simple. Just click on the outer white space on a text box and now assign some animation to it, like maybe bounce in. That's pretty cool. We can click apply and then you can click to the next one. Click on the outer white space, animate, blur in, apply, update, and we can go see what that looks like. That's pretty cool. And now we can see those text boxes animate to your liking, whatever you choose. Wow, that's a nice one. All right, so utilizing that method, you can make your site look even more modern and cool for your visitors. All right, what's next? Next, it's time to edit our product categories. This section appears by default because it's also your footer one. You can remove it if you want, and it exists as a last-minute reminder to keep shopping, just like it exists on a site like this. What site is this? I don't know, but I've seen it before. All right, so we're gonna see how just to edit that if you want. Let's come back to our dashboards. Click in the upper left, and it's really easy to get there. Just hover on appearance and click widgets. All right, so some people might have thought you can't delete this section, but you can. Just open your footer one and you're gonna see those little product categories right here. And if one of them isn't filled in, it'll just jump to the left. So there won't be like a space. The options will just line up left to right. All right, you can also rearrange them. Like you can put latest on the far right if you want. So in our case, there's only 3 columns right here in our product categories because we don't have featured products. That's a different kind of WooCommerce product that we haven't created yet. All right, and that's different than assigning the tag featured so that we know where our products show up. This is a different section. So what I think we want to do so we don't have that blank column is add one more of these. We can remove featured, and then we can add, for example, the WooCommerce cart so people can see what they've already selected. So just drag that in. Very cool, and click save. Now let's visit our site. And so at the bottom, we should have the option for cart. And that gives people yet another chance to buy from you. So they can see what's in the cart when they click view cart. They can update the cart. And then of course they can just click checkout right away and complete the purchase. All right, beautiful. Our checkout page is looking gorgeous. So that does it for our product category section. And next we're gonna set up your footer. All right, so you might think a footer is unnecessary or boring, but it's actually where your users go for help or frequently asked questions or to find some random link most of the time. So let's go ahead and create a professional one because every professional website has one. While we're down here, we might as well make your footer. And the footer is in Appearance Widgets. So let's go ahead and check it out. Let's go back to our site and click to the dashboard. And now we can hover on Appearance and click Widgets. Great job. And now we can see that footer 1 is just those product categories. And footer 2 is where we want to be right now. So what's going on in footer 2? There's About Us, Latest News, Tags, and Newsletter. And if we click to our site in a new tab and scroll all the way down, of course, we can see About Us, Latest News, Tags, Newsletter. We're just going to change this to a structure that I know converts a little bit better. So come back to widgets, and what we're going to do first is remove latest news. All right, and remove tags. And let's delete newsletter because I'm going to show you how to put this in manually so it works better. All right, and this screen will save automatically. You don't need to click any save button because there isn't one. Just leave the screen here for a couple seconds. Now we need to click to blocks where we'll actually build the footer blocks. And I want to point out that if you actually click the back button, then this screen right here will show the old changes. So you don't want to click back to get to your widgets ever. You simply want to be in a new section like blocks and then come back to appearance and click widgets. And now you'll see the most up-to-date changes that we want. Cool. And we can also change the title of this one. We call it The Story of Fun Beach Store. And save, just so we know what the title is when we put the right block here. All right, so close it, and now back to blocks. And so first off, we can open the footer About Us block. Just click on the title. And it's going to give us some random looking HTML and CSS that WordPress generated. So we want to just click UX Builder. And now what we'll be looking at is this section in the lower left right here with some lorem ipsum and some social buttons. That's what we're looking at here because this block is assigned in Appearance Widgets. Remember, we left it in there and didn't delete it. So if we actually refresh our site now, we'll see just that one block right here and the title that we changed. And now we can edit it right here. So you can easily just click on the text and change up the text box. And I've just written us some new copy from a song that you might have heard. And we can click apply. Next, we're going to delete the follow icons and put those in a different block. To do that, click on the gear and click delete and enter. Now let's click add to content and set up a button. So just add to content, and I think a button would look good right under this text. And you can choose what kind of button it is. So a lot of options, but I really like this outline circle option. Cool. Click apply. And now just click anywhere on the button to open up its settings, which are already open. And let's change the text to read our story, which will be all caps. And let's change the color to secondary. And now, of course, we want that link to go to our about page. So you can scroll up and right click your about link, copy link address, and now assign that in the link box. All right, and now apply and update. So let's see what we made. Refresh the site and go all the way down. And we can see we just changed up our very first footer block. Great job. So the second block will tell customers how to get a hold of us. Let's go ahead and make that. What we want to do is close out of the UX Builder and click back to blocks. So we could edit one of the existing blocks, but it doesn't look like these are particularly useful for a contact us block. So let's just click add new. And we're going to call this one Get a Hold of Us. All right, and now click Publish. It won't go live on the site until we actually insert it into Appearance widgets either. Now click UX Builder. And so we need to click Add to Content. And I'm just going to go with some text. Beautiful. Paragraph and apply. And in this section, we'll include our business phone and business email address. It'll be really easy now to just go to our demo site and then copy the icons right there. So you can actually just highlight the phone icon, copy it, and come back and paste, and then write in your phone number. And then back to the demo site, copy the email icon, this little envelope, copy, and paste. So sometimes you need to copy it from the left to the right side, I guess. And I'll put in our support email. Now click apply and add to content. And we want to give people our social icons so they can ask us questions on social media and everyone can learn from the answers and read them. And that'll also help to build your social following. So let's grab our share icons and just leave the share icon settings as is, except you could change the scale if you want. I think 133 should do it, and click apply and update. Check out the site. And our get a hold of us section isn't there because we didn't insert it yet. So let's go ahead and put it in. We're going to keep our UX Builder open in case we need to edit this section more. And just open up our dashboard with the right click. Back to Appearance Widgets. And let's go ahead and drag in a block. All right, so if we scroll down, all right, so if you click on Flatten Blocks, choose the footer to Add Widget. And now it should give us the option of choosing our block, which was made. So that would be Get a Hold of Us. And title it accordingly. And save it. So we can't edit a ton of settings in the Appearance Widgets area. We can just insert the content that you want. Now when we refresh our site, we can see those changes. All right, great job. So you might want those social icons to be a little smaller, and you might want that email icon to be on the next line. How do we do that? Well, we can go back to our UX Builder, click the social icons, and drag them down to 100. And we can also click on the email icon and just go ahead and put in a line break like that. Just BR with 2 alligators around it. Perfect. Now apply and update. So if your email address is too long and won't fit on this line, I'll show you a trick to hide it with just some simple text that people can click on to email you. So come back to your UX Builder and click on the text area. And now we're just gonna wrap this email address in a link. So to do that, follow me and write open alligator a space href equals quotation mark mail to colon, and then just write in the email address itself again. So support at the WordPressExperience.com, which is a real email address where you can write in questions about the videos or about WordPress or anything you're working on that isn't working too great or anything you're building. And then just write in a close alligator. Perfect. And some simple text that people will actually see, like email us for support. Then another open alligator and a / and an A to close the link and a close alligator. And then we don't need the email address right here, so delete that. Perfect. So make sure it looks just like it does on my screen right here. and click apply and update. Let's refresh now. And we can see we have just some text, but because we set up an email link on it, when someone clicks it, that'll actually open in a new Gmail. All right, and someone can go ahead and write in feedback or questions. So super simple and cool way to set up your support email on the online store. All right, so let's go back, and that block is done. And that should also hide your email from spammers who try to just pull your email off the website. All right, now back to blocks, and we're going to create a testimonials block. So add new. We're going to call this one customers say. And click publish. And while we're here, we can also add the fourth block by clicking add new, and we'll call this location and publish. Let's go back to our blocks list, and we can see that we now have location, get a hold of us, about us, and customers say. And just so they all look the same, let's change the title of about us. You can just hit quick edit. We're just going to call this one the story of Fun Beach Store, and update. And that way the titles here in our blocks list will be the same as the titles that are listed on the front end of our site, so we know exactly what is what. We can also delete the other blocks like blog header, demos, elements, and so on, so that this list looks a little cleaner. All right, now you can go to Appearance, Widgets, click Flats and Blocks, Footer 2, and Add Widget. Let's assign this one to Customer Say and call it Customer Say and save it. Make sure to save every time. One more time, Flats and Blocks, Footer 2, Add Widget, and we want location. All right, so once we delete the other blocks and assign the right names, this all starts to look a little bit easier. All right, and close it. Now let's go to blocks and let's create what our customers say and create our location. All right, so you can actually just hover on the right block and click edit with UX Builder. Save a step. And now click add to content, and we want the testimonials. Choose testimonial. And we're just going to go with default and click apply. And so now we can just select media, and we can grab one of our models from the site, or maybe you've had some customers send in photos, or you've asked people in your network to write reviews, which tends to work really well. So let's just choose one photo and click use this image because we're just making a demo site. But if you guys want to submit reviews of how this all worked for you, then I'm happy to put them up here on our actual demo site. And I'm just going to change up the testimonial itself. So let's get rid of that header. So you can keep the H3 if you want or remove it. In our case, because it's down in the footer, let's just write in the whole testimonial in the H3 area. So let's delete the paragraph brackets. I'm going to write in, as a model, I understand good style, and this website has it, period. Excellent. Now click apply. And we can also click on the image and assign who this person is. So let's call it customer number 1 from company number 1. Click apply and update. And now let's click add to content, new testimonial, search for testimonial, click it, and then instead of default we need to choose in a slider, that option, and apply. And apply, which will give us our slider with 2 banners, which is perfect. Now we can just import our content from the first testimonial to the slider banners, which will work best. So grab your text from the first testimonial, copy, and click on our new slider testimonial, and let's paste it in. And apply, and now let's give that testimonial the image. So click on the image space, change media, and let's choose our model number 1. Use this image, perfect. And now we just need to change where it says Mark Jantz. All right. And you should be good to go. Just hit apply and update. Now we can delete that upper testimonial and open our new slider testimonial and change the second banner. Click on the text and go ahead and change it. Or feel free to use the demo testimonial until you get ready with your own. Apply. You get the picture. Click on the image area to change that image. Change media. Choose our second model and use this image. And customer number 2 from company number 2. Now let's apply and update and see what we made. Alright, so the good news is the testimonials work. The bad news is our first testimonial somehow got deleted. So let's go back. You can use the arrows. Let's click where it says add elements. And click text, paragraph, and apply. And one more time, which you might have to do as you build a website, story of my life, and then click apply. Let's also click to the second banner, click on the text, and let's remove where it says class equals lead, which should make the text smaller. Perfect, just like that. Now apply and update. And refresh. And that looks really cool. So if you want to get rid of the blue background, you definitely can. I think some of you will like it. But to get rid of it, you can just click on the blue background area. And you can see that there already is a background image selected. You just click remove right here and then apply update. Or even better, we could make that our primary color. If you ever forget what your primary color is and you're too lazy to go back to customize to find it, you can just right click anywhere where that primary color is and click inspect, which works especially well in Google Chrome where we are now. And scroll down on the right and you'll find that color hex eventually, usually pretty close to the top. Now just right click, copy, and come back to the site. And what we can do is remove the image and then click color, and you can actually just choose your primary. So you didn't even need it right there. But now you know how to do that. And click apply and update. And so after you remove that background image on both of the testimonials, what you'll find is that in background, there's also an overlay by default, which makes the blue darker. So we can easily change that by dragging that to 0. Choose, click to the next slide, background, overlay, and drag that to 0. Choose and apply, update. That darker background color might have looked better, but we've spent enough time on that, so I'll leave it up to you guys. Now the hard work is done, and we're just going to set up our map in location. So let's go back and click out of our UX Builder. Now click to blocks, and on location, just hover on edit with UX Builder. Now add to content, and let's see if we have a map somewhere in here. So we do, let's use it. Just click map. And don't worry if it says, oops, something went wrong. We can just click apply and update. Now let's leave the UX Builder, just click out of it. And we're just gonna open location normally. Just click on its title. So we have this interesting map shortcode that Flatsome made for us. So this map widget works great if you know the exact latitude and longitude you want to write in right here. And then you get that nice blue overlay from Flatsome on top of the map. However, I think it's easier just to make our own map in Google Maps. So let's go back and let's actually just delete our map. Okay, update, and let's close out of here. So again, feel free to work with that one if you want, but I think it's easier just to paste in a map right here in the location text box. To do that, just find your business location in Google. So mine is Chelsea Market. And then you can click on the maps that'll come up in the right column. Now just click share and embed. And it'll automatically highlight the iframe. We can right click the iframe and copy, and now come back to our site. And it's super easy to paste in some code from Google because WordPress accepts almost all formats of code. Just click paste. Make sure you're in the text tab too. Although if you're in the visual tab, we'll just make sure you're in the text tab so we know it works. And we can see our map is showing up beautifully. Now just click update. And let's go back to our site. And let's refresh and get rid of that ugly little box. Alright, so the map is working and it's interactive too. People can click and drag, check out your location, and see how they can come visit your shop and buy in person. I just don't like how it's too tall. So let's try to make our map the same height as our testimonials. I'm going to right click on this testimonials and click inspect, and it'll tell us right there on the screen what the height is. So if I hover onto this section, then it'll say 378. See that right there? 240 by 378. Just another little developer's trick that you now know, and you can come back to your map area, click text. You should have a box for height. So you just need to change that to 378 and update. And let's refresh. Perfect. Now our testimonials box is the exact same height as our map box. Great job, and the cool thing is you now know how to edit a little bit of custom HTML and CSS in WordPress, and the even cooler thing is we're now finally done with your footer. Alright, tremendous job guys. So now that we're done with our footer, we're going to take a little tour up to the top of our site by clicking on this little up arrow right here. And in the process, see all the amazing content that we've made together. Alright, so you should be really proud. Our site has almost all the features of an e-commerce website or online store. And it's almost done. It's about 90% done. And the area we need to focus on now is the header. So if you're wondering when your site will be done, I have some really helpful advice from Andrew on when to know that your site will be done. And we're going to watch it now because I know a lot of people work on the header forever when they should just make it once or twice and then let it look good. So let's hear from Andrew. Alright, now that we've savored that morsel of advice, let's do some real work and start by creating a logo. To create a logo for your online store, first visit logomaker.com. That's without the E, so logomakr.com. And just click on the gray area. And let's just get rid of those notifications. So this part is really easy. We just need to pick a graphic and some text that will match your site and match your overall branding concept. In the case of our demo site, we have a palm tree and Fun Beach Store in the same color as the palm tree. So you can definitely copy that method and choose a similar icon, whether it's like a compass. I always like compasses. or maybe it's a leaf for nature, or maybe it's a car. Something simple and recognizable is best, and in our case, it's just a palm tree. To select the icon you want to use, just click it once, and then drag it to position, and you can also drag the corners to resize it. Now to insert text, just click on the T, and start typing. In our case, we're going with the no spaces with capital letters method, but your style can totally differ depending on what you want. And you know how much reading you want people to have to do, or how you want them to view the language surrounding your site and within your logo. That's important stuff. To change the color of your text, we're actually going to steal one of the colors from the palm tree first. So click off the text, and now click on the brown or the green if you want. The color pinwheel will find the exact color that we're clicking on. If you look here on the right of my screen, we can see it will find the green or the other green or the brown. Once you find the right color, just double click on this 6-digit hex and copy that. Now it's time to highlight our text again. Come back to the hex and paste that in. See, I'm just double clicking to highlight the current color, right click, pasting it over, and then I'm hitting enter, and it'll automatically insert the right color. Great job. Now we're going to change the font. Again, just make sure your text is selected and you'll get the font drop down. Now it's super easy to choose which font you want and also the category. So we want to keep it simple and modern, but you know, whatever you're selling, it might make sense to go with scary and dark, fun and funky, up to you. Just choose from the font family and come on down, and we're going to use the Lobster font, which we've used in videos past, such as e-commerce 2015. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, okay, it's got to be somewhere. So in a momentary lapse of memory, your guide forgot that we're using a fancy and cursive font and not simple and modern. So let's click there instead. And now we can scroll down and we can choose Lobster 2. Perfect. Now we just need to click and hold and drag to resize our text so that it looks good alongside our icon. Bigger is better and centered is always good. And the reason bigger is better is because WordPress is going to size our logo down. So if we give it a large file, it'll size down and look really high resolution. If we give it a small file, it'll try to make it bigger, and then it'll look pixelated and bad. So you can also bring things closer or farther. You could have some overlap, like it's hiding behind the icon. And if you want one of your pieces of the logo to be in the front or back, just right click and then click send backwards or forwards. So you get the picture. And I think something like this will look perfect. I like that centered line right there. There we go. Once your logo looks good to you, click on the lower right to crop it. And then you might have to drag in the white space a little bit more if it didn't get it just right. Make sure it's nice and tight. And now I'm going to click enter to actually crop. Make sure to do that. Next, we just need to click the floppy disk in the upper right to save your new logo. And you've made your very first logo. Make sure to name it something specific like Fun Beach Store Logo Volume 1 and save it. And also make sure to click on the paste this code link right here, which will say credits copied for you. And then you know that you've copied your credits and you can just paste them in on your credits page. What am I talking about? Well, lo and behold, we do need to give credit to these icons because they're beautiful and someone spent time making them and we get to use them. So what you need to do to be compliant is follow the directions in this box on the left. 1, click on one of the social media buttons below to give credit and share the logo. go ahead and do that. And 2, to use this on your website, paste this code. So we've already copied those credits. Now simply come back to your site, go to the dashboard, click on Pages, and now Add New. And now just go ahead and paste in the credits that we got from Logo Maker. We can call this page Credits. And if you want to use every icon we used in the video, which includes the 4 icons on our home page, as well as this particular palm tree icon, then I've set up the credits for you. Just scroll down in our blog post guide and copy the 5 lines within credits. And if we use any more icons later, I'll go ahead and add them here. And if the directions change as to how to be compliant, I'll also update that here so that you don't have to worry. Copy and paste and publish. Great job. Now we're actually going to insert our logo, because just doing that didn't put the logo on our website. The best way to insert your logo is to come up to the top and click Customize. And now, once it loads, we're going to click on Header, and now we're going to click on Logo and Site Identity. We're going to come down, and we're going to sadly remove the default Flotsam logo, although it's really cool. And now click Select File. And upload and select files. And click to your Downloads folder. Let's get the list, and then we can get the top item. Double click our logo volume 1. Choose File. Perfect. Now let's save and publish, and let's leave this window open to make some tweaks and just come back in, see what we made. So our logo looks good. It's nice and clear, but it's a little too small, and I don't like how there's white space above and below it. We don't need that much white space. To change that, hop back over to Customize, and let's drag our logo container width bar to increase it, and in doing so, it should give us a larger logo. So don't get too crazy. We still want to include enough space for our navigation menu, but something like 300 to 350 should work. Now click Save and Publish. And refresh the site. We need to take one more step with our logo, because if you click to a page like the About page, which has a naturally dark background, our logo doesn't show up quite as well as we'd like it to. It looks good, but we want our logo to really pop off the page. So let's hop back to Free Logo Maker and click the X. And we're just going to make this exact logo have green text. So if you remembered, we can get the color of the green from any one of these leaves just by clicking on it. And then double clicking the color hex in the lower right. Copy, and then click the text itself. Double click on the text is hex color. Text is hex color. Try saying that 10 times fast. And then paste in the new color and hit enter. Perfect. Now just save again, and let's call this a similar name. You know, Fun Beach Store logo volume 2. Green, if you want to be super specific, and save. And now back in Customize, where it says Logo Image Light Version, hit Select File, and let's upload this logo. Upload, select, grab the green logo, and choose File. And now save and publish. And it says upload an alternative logo, light logo, that will be used on dark and transparent header templates. And I'm pretty sure it's smart enough to know that if we refresh the About page, that new logo should show up. All right, great job. Our logos are now complete. You now have your own professional logo to use on your online store, and you probably saved hundreds of dollars instead of contacting someone on Fiverr or at a professional agency to make a logo for you. Although I love those guys, it feels even sweeter to know how to do it on our own, so congratulations. Let's now finish off our header. To change the top bar text in your header, hop back to your Customize window, and let's scroll up and go back. And now you just have to click on HTML, and that text is hiding in HTML1. So right here, we're just going to edit between the alligator brackets and say, this could be our best online store yet. Very good. Good job. Save and publish. And now let's swing back to where it says, and now let's hop over to follow icons. In follow icons, we can choose icon style, and we can watch in the upper right as those buttons will change. It looks like the default might be the best, just the simple icon though. Up to you again. We just need to insert our social media pages so that people can click and then visit our pages and like us, get advice, and then you can build your social media followings on those accounts. So let's start with the Facebook. Pretty simple. Mine is facebook.com/dearblogger. And then Twitter is just www.twitter.com/GregNaryan. So that's pretty simple to get those links working. And you really should follow me on those pages. I really do like responding to readers and viewers and helping you guys with whatever problems you're having. I don't charge for help, and I do spend the time figuring out your individual issues. All right, which is something unique about our community, which I think has gone over really well in the past. So Instagram, yeah, I have it. I don't really use it, so sorry to disappoint. But there it is. I think I've used it maybe 8 times. And then YouTube is, obviously I have that one. And yep, we can't forget that. And then maybe we'll just add in Google Plus. We have that. So I don't really know what that is. I'm going to Google Plus myself. And you can find your Google Plus. So it's pretty cool. I'm over here, some of the time. I like getting involved in discussions and, niche discussions. If you want to chat, I'll be here for you. Google Plus is also good for SEO. You can create posts here that are really detailed and use hashtags and lots of rich content, and those will act as blog posts and rank in Google. So, obviously a good part of any marketing strategy is Google Plus. And paste, and now let's just save and publish. And we can X out and let's test out our header. All right. So let's see if Facebook works. It works. All right, there's our page. And Instagram. Okay, we're not going to look at that one. And Twitter. All right, Twitter's working. All right, and I'm going to trust that the rest of them work as well. Not sure what email is doing though. So email looks like it pulls in the default email we have in Customize. So I'm going to hit Customize, and we have to change that. And then we'll be done with the header. All right, let's just remove your @email because that's not our email address. All right, and now we're done with our headers. Great job. All right, guys, apologies. I forgot one important section in our header, which is the newsletter area, so people can click it, and then they can learn about the deals that your newsletter comes with and the special rewards, and then they can pop their email in and click sign up and join your actual newsletter. So this section actually works by default, but we want to change it so it looks, instead of this, like this. So more customized, change the background image, the text, and make it look like your brand. This is sadly one of the last features we're going to add in this video, but I think it's a perfect way to go out because having a newsletter up and running is an ideal part of your marketing strategy when you launch your online store. So let's change it up. Let's go back to our site, and we just need to go to the Customize section. So click Customize, and once it loads, we're going to click on Header. So now we're going to click Header, and then click newsletter. Perfect. Now you can choose the icon style. So I like the little person in the middle right here. And then you can choose whether you want this to be a block, like the footer blocks. You can make like a whole footer section and use that as your newsletter, but we're gonna have none. And then label it, which is what it'll show up as in your menu. And then title. So I wanna change this, which is what's gonna pop out and be this like header text. So we're just gonna say, people love our newsletter. And of course you can get this copy from the demo site. And we're going to change our subtitle. So you can send out style tips and discounts and insider info, whatever you want to do. Maybe you can imitate your favorite fashion or style newsletter of the moment, or whatever niche you're in. Good stuff. You can also insert any form short code here. Maybe you've built a newsletter using a third party like Aweber or MailChimp or something. And now let's select a file for our background image. So we're going to go with the model right here, model number 1, and click choose file. And now scroll down, and the height's 500, perfect, and now just save and publish. All right, guys, so let's test it out. So now when we click on newsletter, we can see we made our changes. That was really easy and fun, wasn't it? And now I'll just pop in my email and sign up to our list, just like a lot of customers will hopefully do for you. Sign up. Thank you for your message. It has been sent. Perfect. So now I'll check my email and see if that new subscriber came through. And it did. Flatsome Theme says new sign up. Congratulations. And you get the new sign up email. So in its most basic, simple form, that's how our newsletter works. And then once you have a lot of emails collected, you can always put them in a spreadsheet, or you can make like a Gmail group for all of them, or you can take it to the next level and import those emails into Aweber or MailChimp or Constant Contact. Constant Contact has been doing really great lately, and a lot of people are choosing that. And then you could set up your own email marketing software with automated messages and different tools to grow your business with emails. So pretty cool, and now we got that going for us. So we have a few more things to do now, guys, and then we're done with the tutorial, which makes me very sad. The things we need to do are, right now, add our as featured on section right down here beneath your lower promo slider. After we do that, we're going to foolproof all of your payment methods so that you can accept money easily and make sure that that works perfectly. And lastly, we're just going to tidy up the small details. So a few more things, and then you're on your own. But you're never fully on your own because I'm always here, our community's always here, and I'm going to have a couple more videos coming out after, like how to create cool subpages. So you'll always have a nice WordPress support network. All right, let's create the As Featured On section. Our blog post guide says use the As Featured On section to excite readers with your previous experience. So when you see that section around the web, it's like places someone's been featured, where their products are, you know, it's an instant boost of credibility. So we're going to give you that. But you could also use this as an advertisement section. Maybe people pay to be on your site, or you get paid monthly to put up a little banner ad, or you have sponsors for your event, like gold sponsors, platinum sponsors. This is the place to put that sort of a advertisement as well. So let's add the section. Let's go back to our homepage, hover on edit page and click edit with UX Builder. Now we're just going to click add to content below our pancakes and then choose row. And now we're going to select how many different columns we want. And we want 4 columns. And now click apply. Now in row settings, column spacings, we can choose collapse to get these boxes nice and tight next to each other. And then we're also going to choose width full. Cool. Now click apply and update. We also need a title for this section and a gap to create some space. So we can easily just copy those 2 pancakes from above. So let's click on the gear for a title and duplicate and apply. And just drag that down right above our new row. And on a pancake for a gap, click the gear and duplicate. And apply. Great job. Now let's drag that new gap down so our title has some space beneath the lower promo slider. Now let's quickly change the title by clicking on it. That didn't work. Let's click on the title text. There we go. And now we can just write as featured on and click apply. Great job. Now let's just update it. And now it's time to actually add our as featured on logo images. So these are logos of companies that have featured us and places where our website has appeared. So to get started, just hover on a box and click the plus sign where it says add element. Now choose text right here in content. You can really choose any way to display your logos or your images, but in our case, the text is perfect. And choose paragraph and click apply. Now let's click Open Text Editor. And we're just going to delete the dummy text. So highlight, delete. So what I actually did was thought up all the places where our Fun Beach Store has appeared so far. And then I found the logos of those places in Google. And I emailed those logos to myself. So we need to go to my email now and grab those logos. All right. So here we are in Gmail. We're going to click the as seen on logos. And now we're just going to download these from the email inbox right here. So this is just another step that you might do as you send, content around on the web. You might need to email yourself. So the first place our store appears is on HostGator because we use their hosting and I write for their blog. And now click on the download arrow in Gmail. Name is fine and save it. Perfect. Now let's click on the WordPress logo and download and save it. All right, now we're going to click on the Huffington Post logo. So that's pretty cool. I actually have a column for Huffington Post where I write about my work and my blogging. And now we're going to click download, save it. Now we're going to click Apple. So the Fun Beach Store doesn't appear on the Apple website, but it does appear on my iPhone when I look it up and it looks great. So a little bit of a stretch, but I think this is a really cool logo. Download and save it. And now ThemeForest. All right, so FlatSum appears on ThemeForest. So we're going to show off the ThemeForest logo as well. Download, save. Perfect. All right, and now we're going to go back to the site. And in this little text box area that's now blank, just click Add Media. Upload files, select files, and we can probably get all of those at once. So I'll make sure to put those logos in your online store demo images folder. But in our case right now, they're just going to be in my own downloads. Grab all the logos we want and hit enter. And uncheck the ones you don't want. Otherwise, it'll put all of them into that text area. And we're just going to start with HostGator, where it all began. All right, and click Insert into Post. Very cool. Now we're going to play with the image settings a little bit. So just click on top of the logo and then click the pencil to edit it. In image details, we can now align it to the center. We can change the size, although medium for us is perfect. And you can change where this logo links to. In our case, we want to change link to a custom URL. This way we can set it up so that one of your users or customers clicks on the logo, they go to the place on this site, on say the HostGator site, where you're featured. And that's a good way of proving to your customer that you're actually featured on that site. You don't have to set up the link, but it's a good idea to add another layer of proof. So in our case, I'm just going to look up HostGator Greg Narayan. And I'm going to grab one of my blog posts for them and just copy it and come back and paste it over this HTTP. You don't want that in there twice. Perfect. And now click Update. So we have our first as featured on logo. If you click in the corner of your logo, you can also make it a different size. And in our case, we want all the heights to be consistent. So I'm just going to make this one height of 100. Perfect, and click OK. All right, looking good. We can see our new height right there. And all that's in this little box is just the image HTML right here. So we're gonna leave this alone for now and click Apply. Now let's repeat that exact process with another logo. Click the plus for Add Elements, Text, remember, Paragraph, and Apply. Now click Open Text Editor, delete the dummy text, add media, choose your next place where you're featured like WordPress, and insert into post. So just for the record, I haven't actually been featured on the WordPress.org or WordPress.com websites, just featured on WordPress blogs. But that's a goal for us for someday. All right, let's set up the link though. Just click on top of the logo, click the pencil to edit, align center, and link to custom URL. And we're just gonna write in WordPress.org to give a little link juice to WordPress. All right, as if they need it, and we'll click update. Cool, now let's change the height of our logo, just dragging the corner, and let's make it 100 even. We can see that little number right there going up. Perfect. And click OK and apply. Now in the third box, add elements, text, paragraph, apply, you get the picture. Open text editor, delete the dummy text, add media, Huffington Post, insert into post. Now let's click on the image to edit it and click the edit pencil. Click center, link to custom URL, and now I'm gonna link to www.huffingtonpost.com/ forget what that link is. So let's do another Google and we can find me on HuffPost. All right, and then we'll just copy that link. So it's a good thing I looked it up. Would not be able to remember that. All right, and then paste it in. Perfect. And update. All right, now let's drag the corners so this image is 100 pixels tall. Got it. Okay. Apply. I'm not sure where that image went, but apply. And lastly, add elements. Choose text, paragraph, apply. Open text editor, delete that lorem ipsum dummy text. Click add media. And we're gonna grab theme forest. Insert into post. Now click on top of the logo image. Click the pencil to edit it. Choose center, link to custom URL. And we're just going to link to Flatsum on theme forest. Excellent. And you can also make this an affiliate link if you want to send people and earn referral credit. All right, copy that. And I might do that later, but it's not important right now. And back to our store. Paste it in. Great job, and update. Let's make our image the right height by dragging it down to 100 pixels. Hopefully we can get it. Come on. Great job. And okay. Apply and update. And update again to make sure it worked. Excellent job, guys. You now have your own As Featured On section on your new websites. So let's see what we made. Scroll down and we are looking good. And what's happening is our logos look a little bit out of whack because there's too much white space around some of them and not enough around others. We can fix that though just by going back to our UX Builder, clicking on the row itself, and now let's click on the gear for the whole row, options, and let's bring it back to large spacing. Apply and update. And now when we refresh our site, the extra spacing should do the job and make our logos look a little bit more normal. Great job. If you wanted to add in a 5th or a 6th logo, you can do that back in the UX Builder. Just click on a column. For a column, just click on the gear, options, And now you can change its width by clicking on the 2 or the 1, for example. Then you click apply and then just open up the other logos and repeat that process. And then you can always just click add to row, this button right here, to make another smaller pancake within the row. And if the sum of these fractions is less than 12 out of 12 or 1, then they'll fit all on the same row. But if the sum is greater than 12 out of 12, then it'll push one of these new columns down beneath the row. All right. So let's delete that one. And go back to the site, and let's figure out what we need to do next. Great job. All right, and if you're still unhappy with the amount of space around one of your logos, you can always go back to the dashboard, and you can edit that image. Just click on Media, find the image you want and open it, and click Edit Image. Now bring your mouse on top of the image and click anywhere and drag, which will automatically take us into crop mode. And we can drag out a nice selection with much less white space. Once you're ready, just click on the crop button itself in the upper left, and now click Save. All right, we can close this screen and we can go back to our homepage. Ideally, editing an image like that, once you save it, will change how the image looks on your website. But sometimes you might need to refresh, or in fact go back to the UX Builder and actually refresh it right here. So let's go down to our bottom pancake, click into the 4th logo, open text editor, and we're just going to re-add the image. So we can click X to remove it, and then add media, grab that new version of the image with less white space, insert into post. Perfect. Then we can click on it and click edit, and we can get our link back to Flatsum, which can be an affiliate link if you want. Link to custom URL and paste, align center, update, and now you can just click the corners of the image and make it 100 pixels tall again. Got it. Perfect. Now OK, apply, and update. And now refresh our site. So a very minor change, but I know a lot of you are going to want to position images and logos and advertisements on your site. Doing this will give you a lot more control over how that image fits in on your site. And we are looking good. Congratulations. All right, so we're almost done. What comes next? Well, our guide is going to tell us that after as featured on comes payment methods. So it's time to make sure our 4 default payment methods are working. And these are the 4 ways that pretty much everyone makes transactions with online stores. So that would be BACS, which is the direct bank transfer method, check payments, pretty self-explanatory, as is cash on delivery, and lastly PayPal, which is also our credit and debit card payment method. So you can use a lot of different processors to accept credit cards. It's just that PayPal is the default free method that WordPress and WooCommerce uses. And it's really convenient because everyone has seen PayPal. Almost everyone has a PayPal account. So you don't need to convince people, to use a separate method. It's just already there for them on your site, and it's already familiar. We're also going to keep in mind that sites like Amazon.com use credit and debit card as their preferred payment method. So we will too. It's not like we're telling people to pay us in cash only or something crazy like that. We're doing it like Amazon does it. And then after payment methods, we're going to set up the probably most boring thing ever, which is shipping methods. And we're going to end on that. So I know I said that the last 3 things would be as featured on, payment methods, and just tying up little details on your site. But I forgot we need to set up shipping methods, which is the final piece in the puzzle to get your products to the customer. So I'm going to show you how to do some examples of shipping methods depending on what your factory or your production team charges. And then we're going to do the little details as we complete the site right now. We're just going to do those as we go. So let's go back to our store, and we can see we got logged out. So we need to click login. It's kind of cool. You can just log in through the front of your website. And I'm going to go ahead and log in. All right, great job. So this is the same as the WordPress login screen. It just looks a little bit prettier. And when you or one of your customers, in fact, logs in, it's going to take them to the Your Account page with all these nice little buttons so someone can update their information and interact with your site. So let's go back to the dashboard now. And one of the little things we were going to do later was just to update WordPress and the plugins. So you should really do that as you go. You should do that right when you see these little red circles. So let's do that now. We can click Updates in the upper left to get all the updates in one place. And now we're just going to start by updating WordPress right here. You can update to WordPress 4.8, which is going to be really special automatically. So automatically just means clicking Update Now. Let's do it. And I know that showing you WordPress 4.8 will probably outdate myself almost instantly because WordPress updates so quickly, and you're going to see another cool version in the future. All right, great job. So that was an update with you in mind, and I hope we can all enjoy those great new features. Now let's hover on Dashboard and click Updates to get back to that screen. Thank you, WordPress. And we're going to click Select All Update Plugins. Very cool. Now let's click that Updates again, find out what those other two updates are. And it's just the theme, so let's select all Update Themes. So even if you don't use a theme, you should still have it updated or just delete it entirely. Perfect, updates are done. Another thing I wanted to show you, just a little thing, was how to let people register through your login page. So this is my version of the demo site, and I'm gonna log out and just show you how when someone is on the login screen right here, when they click login, they get this pop-out with the register option, which is really pretty and nice. That way someone can register to your website before they make a purchase. You know, maybe they want to register. It looks really cool on this pop-out having both the login and the register, as well as the Facebook and the Google, which we're going to see in a future video. So to get that register box there, you just come back to your dashboard right here, and we're going to hover on WooCommerce and click Settings. And now we're just going to click Accounts. And we want to make sure that where it says Customer Registration, that both boxes are checked. So check that second box for Enable Customer Registration on the My Account page. And then Save Changes. And now you'll get that nice looking register box alongside the login, which you can use and your customers can use. Everyone can use it. Everyone can use this screen. All right, so now let's tackle those payment methods. To get at them, we can just go to WooCommerce where we are now and click on Checkout. All right, and it's going to give us the checkout options page before it lets us edit any of those payment options. So let's make sure that we have a couple things in place. Let's make sure that enable coupons and guest checkout are allowed. All right, that means that people can use coupons and you can make them, and that someone can buy from you as a guest without creating an account like we just saw. Perfect. Make sure to save changes. And by the way, the gateway display order can be adjusted at the bottom too. So we've enabled the 4 default payment methods, but you can just click on the little stack and you can make one of them, you know, at the top or at the bottom. And save changes. All right, so if you didn't see some of these payment methods, then just follow me and we're gonna enable them right now. So let's click on Backs at the top. All right, and the first step is to enable it. So make sure to check enabled. And then you can change the title and the description if you'd like. So I actually have some text to make this more clear for customers. And that's gonna be pay with direct bank transfer. And instead of what it says at the end, I'm gonna say your order won't be shipped until the bank transfer is complete, typically within 3 to 5 business days. Standard, very standard. All right, next you'll need to add your actual account details right here at the bottom. Just click Add Account and go ahead and write in your bank information that you can find on a check, for example, or in your online banking account. All right, so this is just an example. And once you're done with that, click Save Changes, and you can now accept payments directly via the bank transfer method. Let's see how a customer would pay you this way. They would just be on your checkout page. So they have one item in the cart, they would click Checkout, then choose Direct Bank Transfer right here at the top. We can see our new text. And what they would do is just enter in all their information right here as we've done and click Place Order. At which point it will give the customer our bank details and let them know that they need to pay to this bank account or whatever your bank account is, and then just some basic order details and the customer's details right here for their own information. If you want to write in even more instructions, like make your payment by a certain date or so on and so forth, then you can do that. But I think this is very clear. The only place we could improve on is where it says order number. In our instructions, it says please use your order ID as payment reference. So let's write order number. Order number, there we go. And save it, and that way someone will know that their order number is right there. So now the customers should know to put in that order number as their payment reference wherever their bank asks them for a payment reference when they pay you online. So pretty cool, pretty simple. And now we're going to move on. This is set up, so let's set up our check payments. Click on check payments. And now we just need to make sure that this is enabled if you want it. And you can change the title. Maybe you'll say pay by check, but check payments is pretty clear. We just need to enter in your store name or your home address right here where someone can send you the check. All right, so make sure to enter in your real address where you'd like to accept checks to later on. And for now, I'm just gonna say, please send a check to Chelsea Market. All right, and then we can save changes. Next up, we have cash on delivery. Let's click that. And this one's pretty simple, just need to enable it if you want it. You can also change the title, the description, and the instructions. So this one is like really easy. We don't need to make any changes. Depending on the type of store you're running, like maybe you're selling perishable goods like delicious foods or drinks, the pay with cash upon delivery method might be perfect for you. All right, so this is done. Just make sure to save changes. And now let's move on to the big one, which is PayPal. All right, to get our PayPal, credit card, and debit card option working, these are all baked into one again, make sure that we have enable checked. And then at the top, we're just gonna change the title right here. So I think by default for you, it'll say PayPal or credit card, and I changed it to credit card or PayPal, but we can also just make it even more clear and say credit and debit card, because in my experience, most people prefer to pay with a credit card and debit card instead of PayPal. So we're just gonna make that really clear for people. Paste that in there. And then I have some text you can use for the description to keep things nice and clear, which is just, we use PayPal to accept credit and debit card payments. You can also pay with a PayPal balance. Copy that. All right, and now we can replace the description that WooCommerce gave us. We're just doing this because this description highlights pay via PayPal first, and then it says you can pay with your credit card if you don't have a PayPal account, which makes it sound like we wanted them to pay with PayPal first or credit card if they don't have that. And really, it's the opposite. We want someone to pay with credit card or debit card first and PayPal if they don't have that. So, paste in our new text. And if you're wondering again, to use PayPal to manage all of your credit card and debit card transactions through your online store like we're doing is free. This is all free to run. PayPal just charges that small fee per sale that we saw at the start. And that covers all of this. So I personally think that's a good deal, but if you'd like to check out other third-party credit card and payment processors, then there's tons of them available to you in WordPress and WooCommerce. But again, I think this is a really good idea, especially if you're just getting started. All right, let me know any more questions in the comments about how this is all run. I'm happy to answer for you or dig up an answer if I don't know it. And then we're going to move on now to PayPal email. This part's important. Just make sure that the email linked with your PayPal account is right here so that you can actually accept the payments. And if you don't have a PayPal account, go ahead and set one up for free right now. Next, make sure that PayPal Sandbox is not checked and debug log is also not checked. Come on down and make sure the receiver email is the same as the PayPal email. And you can just leave all the other settings the same, just as they are on my screen. So don't change anything else. This is all going to work perfectly. Great job, and now let's just save changes. All right, and lo and behold, our payment methods section is done. You're all set, and you can now accept payments via a variety of standard methods from your own e-commerce website. Great job. Now we're going to move on and do shipping methods, which is, like I said here, probably the most boring ending ever, but we had to end somewhere, and I hope that running your online store turns out to be a lot of fun. So let's set up a common example of shipping so you know how to if you'd like to. Of course, you can just offer free shipping across the board, but you might need to charge. It's actually pretty easy to set up once you know how to do it. So let's go back to our WooCommerce, and we can just click on shipping right here in settings. All right, and the next step now is just to add a shipping zone. So a shipping zone is a geographic region where a certain set of shipping methods and rates apply. It's basically just like the area where you plan to do business. All right, so a few examples, but we just need to click add shipping zone and I'll explain it. All right, and now we need a zone name. So I'm just going to go with USA for the entire country I'm in, which is really broad. And if you want to separate that into more regions, you can do USA including like New York and like Alabama. And you can just limit it to these ones. But in my case, I'm not going to limit it. I'm in fact just going to do the entire United States. So that's just one area where you could do business, but as we can see, there's all sorts of other options. You know, you can really get a full list of the world right here. I hope Central America is there. I love Central America. Okay, just checking. So if you're doing business in the USA, this is a great way to start with USA here and just United States right here. And you can also limit it to specific zip codes if you want to get specific, but we're not going to do that. Now just click Save Changes. All right, and then we're going to click Add Shipping Method right here. So the first one we're going to do is just the standard flat rate. Click Add Shipping Method. And now we're going to need to click on the title or on Edit, same thing, to enter in that cost of shipping. All right, cool. So to show you how this all works, I'm going to open up our store in another window, and we're going to look at a product. Let's go to our products. Let's click to the honey shades, and let's add some honey shades. Add to cart. And now checkout. All right, so at the moment, the shipping is flat rate, just like we just wrote in there, but there's no flat rate set up, so it's just the price of the honey shades by Laurent, which is $174.50. Let's go ahead and add some shipping. If we give it a cost of, say, $2.50, and we can also make that non-taxable to keep it simple for people, and then click Save Changes. So once you do that, if you just refresh your checkout page, now we're going to see that flat rate of $2.50 right here. So that's pretty cool. The shipping is working, and it brings us to a total of $177. Pretty reasonable. So that's just one example of adding shipping to a standard order. Let's say, however, you want to offer free shipping for orders over, say, $100. If that's the case, we can go back to our WooCommerce page right here, where we're in shipping zones and USA. So if you lost this, just click to shipping at the top, and then click into your zone again. Perfect, and now we're here. To set up that free shipping, you can just click Add Shipping Method again, and now we're going to choose free shipping and Add Shipping Method. Next, we're going to click on the title of free shipping, leave the title the same, and where it says free shipping requires, just change it from NA to a minimum order amount. And then you can write in something like $100 and save changes. So now when we go back to our checkout page and refresh, the customer is going to get free shipping because that is a over $100 order. And that'll just be an option someone can check, just like they would check how they want to ship it on Amazon. Pretty cool. Let's look at one more example now before we're done with shipping. Let's say we're back in our cart page and someone's actually buying a product that's under $100, but you still want to give them free shipping. So let's get rid of the honey shades. Go back to our shop. And let's grab the pineapple. Add to cart. View cart. And we can also assess shipping from our cart page right here. So let's say you wanted to offer someone free shipping as a seasonal promotion. Maybe you want to send it out in your newsletter or tweet about the offer. Well, the best way to do that is through a coupon code. To set up a free shipping coupon code in WooCommerce, come back to the settings page right here and click Add Shipping Method again. Now choose free shipping, add shipping method, and click into it. We might want to change the title here so we can distinguish the two free shippings. And now we want to say free shipping requires a valid free shipping coupon. And click Save Changes. Great job. Now just head over to WooCommerce Coupons and click Add Coupon. And all we need to do here is give it a coupon code name like summertime free shipping, or maybe something that's easier for someone to write in because this is what they're going to write in. So maybe something catchy like fun in the sun. Perfect. Now let's just check allow free shipping right here. And without changing any of the other settings, this becomes a free shipping coupon. Just click publish. Perfect. Now let's go back and refresh the cart page. And we can see that that flat rate applies because this order is $100. It doesn't meet that criteria for being free shipping over $100. But if someone knows about that coupon code, they can enter it in right here. Just write fun in the sun. Apply that bad boy. And that shipping cost will be just one option, and your customer will be delighted to choose free shipping coupon. And then proceed to checkout and complete that sale with your online store. Alright guys, we're now so close to being done with our online store. Thanks so much for sticking with me through 4+ hours of WordPress web design. And I want to just do like a few little things right now to make sure our site is perfect and ready for launch as Snowy, my kitten, jumps up literally right in front of the computer. You want to say hi? So the first little thing I want to do is just create another coupon. Just going to add coupon. YouTube. And this is going to be a fixed cart discount of $42.50 as well as free shipping. And I'll use this at the start of the video and publish. Cool. Now the next little thing I want to do is change up the footer. So where it says copyright 2017 UX themes, that should say your company name. To change that, click customize. And now we can click on footer. And it's a little hard to find. You just have to scroll all the way down on the left. And it's right here in bottom text primary. All right, so we can actually leave the copyright and the UX current year and the copy semicolon, which translates into that copy symbol. But we're going to change the UX themes part. So I'm going to say Fun Beach Store, the name of our brand, by Greg Narayan Tutorials. Very cool. Or well, I obviously think it's cool because I came up with the name. Hope you guys do too, lol. And if you want that bottom text to link somewhere, you can just write out a link like we saw how to do before. Just use the open alligator, then an A, space, href, equals quotation mark. Then you have to either write out or copy paste the link itself. So in our case, make a WordPress website .com is our fancy domain name. Close the quote, close the alligator, and then put whatever your anchor text is in between the alligator here and the closing A tag. Perfect. And then click Save and Publish. Alright, now we can X out, and another little thing I want to do is change our product categories. So when we click Our Products, we get this sidebar over here, which is pretty cool. You can browse and change the price, but some of the product categories don't have products, like posters. So you can definitely leave those until you end up deciding to create posters, but I want to go ahead and delete the ones we're not using so it looks super professional. So let's go back to the dashboard, hover on products and click categories. Now I'm just going to delete the ones with a 0 count, so no products. Alright, and it's sad to see some of our categories go. Again, you can definitely leave these until you decide you want to create posters or you decide you want to sell shoes. Alright, and now I'll just delete and apply. Pretty cool. So now we make sure that all of our categories have products in them and no one gets a no products here notification ever on the site. Alright, I also want to change up our image slider. That video slider right here has some demo text that we can customize and the buttons. So let's click Edit with UX Builder on our homepage. And now let's find that fourth slide by clicking back on the arrows. Where is it? There it is. Now let's click on the text and make some edits. I just want to use that cursive font, so I'm going to highlight the entire cursive section, which is within the H3 tags. Copy it and then put it beneath our H2 and make it say, you can also create full screen video banners. That looks pretty good, so let's apply and update. And now we're just going to add links to the buttons on this slide. So let's click on Shop Men. Scroll down and let's give it a link. Alright, so that'll obviously be our men's category. If you open up your site, you can find that category pretty quickly just by finding a men's product. Let's go to Our Products. Let's click on the captain. And we can just click on where it says men right here. That'll give us the category link itself, which is also where all of your men's products will be shown. Copy the link from your URL bar and paste it into the site in the UX Builder and apply. Same thing for women, just click on the Shop Women button, back to Our Products, or you can see there's other ways of getting there, like you can click on Women on the left sidebar. Very cool. We'll copy that and put that in the UX Builder in the link area. Paste and apply and update. Alright, great job. Now our slider is 100% complete. We can close the UX Builder. Alright, so once everyone's back on the home page here together, the very last thing I want to show you how to do is convert your WordPress dashboard to an online store e-commerce dashboard so you can see your new orders coming in right away. So let's click back to the dashboard, and all we're going to do is just remove these beginner links from WordPress because we're not beginners anymore. You're now an advanced WordPresser. So we'll dismiss that. And then we're going to scroll down and we're going to grab where it says WooCommerce status and go ahead and close that and drag it up to the top so that right when you log in and see your dashboard, you can see all those new orders that you're hopefully getting. Open it up. Beautiful. Love those different icons that shows us what's going on in our store in real time. And now you can just move around a few things, like maybe you want to see the WordPress news events over here. Quick draft a post. Look at your site at a glance, and we're basically just trying to make this page symmetrical at this point. You pull up those reviews. That's also great to keep on top of those. And then maybe if we bring activity up here, then it'll be symmetrical. Perfect. All right, your dashboard now has a more e-commerce-y feel to it. Good luck tracking and managing all of your orders. Now, I think our site is ready to launch, but you might not, because I know that I've felt before like I never know when I can launch. I want to just keep building and keep editing. Well, if that's the case, I want to leave you with some important insight and information from Andrew, explaining when he knew that his site, fatherfigure.co, was ready, that it was going to be profitable, that the timing was right, and that he could finally launch. So one last time, guys, let's hear from Andrew. So I'm just wondering, Andrew, when did you know that your site was complete? One question there, and then what's your favorite aspect of the site? Like aesthetically, what's like, you know, you're like, oh, I love how that turned out, like the hero image, whatever. And yeah, those two questions: when it was complete and favorite.
Yeah, I had a high bar for the site before I wanted to publish. It had to be, I think, like, I had to feel really, really good about it, and it had to have no kinks. So I had to rule that when I had to get like 4 points of feedback from friends that didn't have anything glaring or problems, and I had to review the site multiple times before I found anything wrong. And then it's like, okay, now I can publish. And setting a deadline was really important, because otherwise if you're a perfectionist, you'll just continually try to adjust things, and there's a million things you can adjust. So I set a deadline, which was the Monday before Black Friday.
Harness the natural shopping excitement,
right?
Definitely.
Yeah, and I really wanted to launch that week, so that forced me to be ready for that.
Alright guys, thanks so much for watching this video on how to create an online store website, also known as e-commerce in WordPress. I hope you enjoyed making Fun Beach Store or whatever store that you felt like creating today. I hope you go off and change the web for the better. If you blog, I hope you build better blogs, which is our motto, one of our mini mottos. I hope you enjoyed saving a ton of money doing it yourself as opposed to hiring a web designer who might not even show you how everything works. So now that you know how all of it works, I hope you enjoy that skill too. And generally speaking, I just want to say thanks for spending the time with me here in this tutorial. Making these videos is what I look forward to most for you guys, and hearing from you and hearing how you do with your websites or any questions is like one of the most fun things ever for me. That said, please post a comment, please rate the video thumbs up or thumbs down, and if you want to give back to me, one of the best free ways to do it is just to take the link to the video, pop it into an email, or drop it on social media and hit send or share so that a few more people, maybe a few of your friends, can learn about the amazing world of WordPress and how to do it themselves. Alright guys, thanks so much for watching. Really enjoyed making this for you. I'll talk to you guys soon. Alright, see ya. I just wanted to know, how hard is it to quit that job at Google in order to run your own website business? It's a good job.
It's really tough. It was really tough. People, they often talk about like the great food at Google, or the massages, the other perks, ping pong, things like that. And those are great. Trust me, I really like those. But to me, the best part of the Google experience and working there for so long were the people, the other Google employees. I met some people I'll be friends with for the rest of my life. I consider them family. They're just, in general, overall, they're pretty. They're people that care about the world, care about the community. They work hard. They're pretty bright. And it's so global. I just met people from around the world. I got a chance to work actually in South America for a couple of years in Brazil.
Wild, yeah, early on in your career too.
Yeah, it's young. For it. It's hard to do that as a person early in the career.
Yeah.
So I love that. I love that aspect of Google. So that's going to be the toughest for me. Is not having really amazing people surrounded. I mean, today's an exception.
Yeah.
Today, we get to hang out.
This is a great day, regardless of e-commerce or
it doesn't matter whatever happens the rest of the day.
Yeah,
success.
Made. I'm made for the month. Yeah.
So that was tough. And the last job I had at Google, I considered when I took it, I said this is my dream job, and it absolutely was. I loved the team I was working with. We were working on, I got the innovative part of Google where it's extremely fast-paced and exciting, and we're also doing social impact work, partnering with nonprofits and different levels of the government across the country to do digital divide work. We call it digital inclusion.
Yeah.
So that was amazing, and I said I wouldn't leave unless something extraordinary came about, and for me it was the birth of my son. And not just wanting to start this business. I love entrepreneurship and I love the idea, but also spending more time with my son. So it was extremely tough. I still have dreams that I'm like at Google, like eating the food, hanging out.
Oh,
this is what I dream.
I bet. Just riding a scooter and like playing with the Legos and stuff, right?
Legos while scootering is dangerous, Craig.
Yeah, let's not get carried away here.
But I feel tremendous gratitude for that experience. That's kind of the predominant feeling I have, and I'm excited to do other things.
Right. It's kind of like people say, like, when you know that it's the time to move, like, or you're supposed to go.
Yeah, it's like a guttural feeling.
Yeah.
And I cried the entire last day.
Yeah. You're an emotional guy.
I made the mistake of.
Gotta cry.
I made the mistake of putting Adele on while I was like writing my farewell email. It was like
in the whole office.
I had headphones on.
Okay.